medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida. Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, the future has been on display down in Stockton, the A's affiliate in the California League. Beginning on the 10th of August, the top 4 hitters taken by the A's in this year's draft have been in the lineup. Nick Kurtz, Tommy White, Joshua Kuroda-Grauer, and Rodney Green, the outfielder from Cal. In that game, those guys combined for 10 hits, and Kurtz hit a home run.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, trying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside to Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sactown Sports.
Feeding your passion for local sports in the afternoon. It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper on your radio at 1140 a.m.
Streaming audio at SactownSports.com and the Sactown Sports app.
You can also watch the show on YouTube at Sactown Sports 1140. Here are the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Kyle Draper.
Well, Drapes, Jay, dear listeners, sometimes I think that as a fan base, we just need an attitude adjustment. Because the schedule is not even out yet officially, right? We know that there's information here and there. And already some Kings fans, I'd say more than a few Kings fans, are complaining about the schedule, complaining about the fact that the Kings start with, 5 of the first 7 on the road and 6 of the last 9 on the road. And already, we don't even have the schedule. Some Kings, the league, they're out to get us. And it's a little early for that, isn't it?
It really is. And I'm glad you brought this up, Whitey. Because driving in this morning, thinking about it, everybody's talking about, no national TV games till January. We as Kings Nation got to stop begging for the NBA and the national media to recognize us. Mm-hmm. I think we are past that point now.
Yes, sir.
I think we are we know the bias against Sacramento. I mean, we could look at the national TV games, the lack of all-stars last year, whatever it may be. We know what it is. So if we know what the NBA is doing, if we know what these national media outlets are doing, I say, what are we going to do about it? And there's only one way. Me, not you, Whitey, not Jay behind the boards, not TC listening right now. Nobody. The only ones that could get us the respect we deserve are the players on the floor and the coaches.
Yes.
And so the more they win, which they've done the last couple of seasons, they became relevant, the more respect we'll get. I'm done looking at, oh, man, how come this team got 8 national games and all? Like, who cares?
Right.
Go out there and win the games.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
If you do your job, they do their jobs.
Right.
They're going to be flexed into some of those games down the road.
Exactly. And so, let's,
you're right.
You're
right.
All right. Oh, I love the way we starting off this show.
Yeah.
Whitey said Drapes is right. I love it. No, but seriously, man, it's like it's almost like we have a little brother complex.
Yeah. Oh, no question.
You know, we just got to call it what it is. The reason why San Antonio's on national TV so much, they got Wemby. Okay, you know, I understand it. Golden State, they got Steph Curry. We just got to worry about us. We don't need to worry about what Kendrick Perkins is saying on NBA TV or what Stephen A. Smith is saying or what Adam Silver is saying with the schedule. We need to just handle our business and forget about all that stuff.
Yes, you're right. Tune it out. Realize it really doesn't matter. When Gilbert Arenas says something really ignorant about Sacramento, so what?
Exactly.
That's on him. That's not on us.
Exactly. We know who we are. We know what we're about. And that includes the John Hollingers and the Kevin O'Connors. We can't give these guys the time of day and let them get our blood pressure all boiled up.
Yeah, we can't give them that power.
Yes. And so, you know, the schedule is going to be leaked here soon. And I'll be honest with you. I know we're going to do a deep dive on the schedule today and tomorrow, but I'm already tired of schedule release day. It ain't even happened yet.
Right.
You know, all the little crumbs that people are throwing out there. Some people guarding it like it's Fort Knox or something like that, the secret codes to Fort Knox and the atom bombs and all that. It's just a damn schedule. You know, the games will be played no matter what. And so I'll be honest. I'm going to blame the NBA on this, Whitey. They have ruined schedule release day for me. And it's you know, the leaks, the trying to, you know, figure things out, the people posting things, hoping to get some engagement. Dude, just let me know when it's out and I'll be okay.
Yeah. Some people will be like, you know, on Tuesday, the 9th of March, the Kings will be home to the Hawks.
Like, what does that what does that do for us? All right. Like, if you don't put it in context and see it, you know, when it's is it part of a 6-game homestand, 6-game road trip? Is it part of a back-to-back? Like, all that factors, these little random dates that are coming out, they really don't mean much to me right now.
They're kind of like little puny flexes from people that really shouldn't be trying to flex.
I like that. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You feel the same way, right? Like
I do. I mean, some of it is interesting, but some of it is like a little overboard.
I didn't feel that way yesterday, but when I woke up today and, you know, I'm seeing stuff out there and it's like, dude, who cares? Tell me when the whole schedule is out so I can put it into context with you. You know, as a broadcaster, as a radio personality, I have to make sure I'm giving my listeners, my viewers, what they want. And they don't want to know on March 22nd of next year, they play at Detroit.
Right.
You know, who cares? Like, you know,
really? I got to write that
with that. I don't think that's true, but that's what I'm saying. It's like the listeners, the viewers, the fans deserve better than what we're getting this week.
Yeah. Now, Sean Cunningham from Fox 40, he's had some interesting information on the schedule. We mentioned some of the things that he had yesterday. He's going to be joining us today. Also really excited guest-wise today because Mike Pereira is going to be with us at 4 o'clock. Mike Pereira is making a comeback. He's been out of action.
Is he making a comeback?
He had like serious 8.5-hour back surgery.
Oh, is that what it was?
Took like a year off.
I was wondering. I hadn't heard his name for a while. Oh, so now he's getting back in the mix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And he's a great guy. So thank you, Jay. Really excited about Mike Pereira joining us today. And as far as Brandon Aiyuk goes, I don't know, Drapes, you got anything on?
I ain't got nothing on Aiyuk. Aiyuk is further down the schedule than the schedule.
This is on TV right now.
49ers agree in principle to send Brandon Aiyuk to Steelers. But that's, you know, I'm tired of the Aiyuk situation too.
I know.
And how about this, Whitey? the same way we talked about the schedule being released. I'm talking about the media, everybody rushing to put out information when there's no new information. Like today, the latest is, Aiyuk is at camp, and he was wearing a 49er shirt. That must, and it's like, wake me up when it's done. Wake me up when the deal is done.
He was it Nick Wagner had on Twitter that Aiyuk apparently was catching passes on the sideline from an equipment guy. It's like, he hasn't been doing that in a while.
Right. That's what I'm like. Niners fans, you got to be tired of this roller coaster, right? It's like it's just too much. It's got to a point where when he signs or gets traded, let me know. What more can we talk about regarding it? You know, we provide what the latest is, what people are saying. I don't know if it means anything, though.
I don't know if this is true. For example, this is from at 49er Sports Talk. You know, yesterday we had Ian Rappaport, or no, it was Garofolo said, there's one thing holding up the deal. And Jay was, a lot of people asking, what is the one thing? Well, at 49er Sports Talk says this is the one thing. But I'm not saying take this to the bank.
Right.
But they're reporting that the 49ers have agreed to nearly $28 million a year with Aiyuk, that they've gotten to that point. The holdup is the amount of guaranteed money and whether it's going to be a 3-year or a 4-year extension. But again, that could that be the
case? We don't know if that's true or not, right?
But unless it's coming from like a Matt Mayoko or somebody who is right there, boots on the ground, so to speak, I'm not sure how much faith to have in that report.
And that's the frustration about it, Whitey. You got, because somebody, and I think it was Rod Brooks we had on a couple of weeks ago, last week. He said because somebody has a Twitter account with 1,000 followers, they could tweet something and all of a sudden it blows up or becomes gospel or something like that.
Look how many people retweeted it. It must be true.
It must be true. And that's what's so frustrating about this is that, ever since 2 weeks ago, when somebody reported, the deal is done. Aiyuk and the Niners, watch out. It's about to be official.
You're shaking hands with Kyle Shanahan.
Right. The dap heard around the world and everything. Ever since then, it's like so many different sources. And I don't know about you. I don't know how much you're on Twitter. But the Steelers contingent also, I'm getting, hit over the head with on, like, it's being fed my way. And so you got Steelers reporters saying, tomorrow might be the day. And it's like, I don't know what to believe right now, whether it's closed or they, because if you remember, it was just 2 days ago, Whitey, where Shanahan's pissed off. The way this is being handled, both sides are angry with each other. A lot of bad blood, and all this. And so I just don't know what to believe right now.
The one thing that surprises me the most out of all of this Aiyuk thing is that right now it looks like Aiyuk has a good deal of leverage. Whereas a few weeks ago, a lot of people, I know I was saying it, a lot of people looked at it and said, he has no leverage whatsoever. He has managed to carve out a good deal of leverage.
He has, probably more than we expected that he could. Let me ask you this, though, Whitey. How long does that last? Like, ultimately, the Niners can really play hardball. If they really wanted to, they could play hardball. And so if Aiyuk has the leverage right now and he's, exerted that, if you will, which brought us to this point, will there come a point if this doesn't get done where he loses that leverage?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Sure. We talk about the 49ers window. He probably has a leverage window,
Yeah.
He's got that leverage window, but it's closing. You better take advantage of it now.
It's closing. Exactly. Unless, from an Aiyuk standpoint, the way he continues leverage is, and we brought it up yesterday, sort of like Emmitt Smith with the Cowboys 30 years ago. If the Niners get off to a bad start, 0-2, 1-3, I'm just throwing this out there, hypothetical, then Aiyuk's leverage goes up, But if they start off 2-0, 3-0, it's like, oh, man, we're good. We really don't need you, Brandon Aiyuk. And so where is his leverage then? And he's getting fine game checks, too.
Right.
He loses that leverage. And so, like you said, there's a window here where if he plays it right, yes, he has leverage, but he could lose it quickly.
So coming up, by the way, did you hear who says he wants to play quarterback for Team USA's Olympic flag football team?
No, I did not. I missed that.
Get to that. Right. Also, the chicken or the egg question that is at the heart, the very heart of this Aiyuk dispute is a drive, guys. Pardon me. Roll on Sactown Sports.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. What's going on for the Make This the Summer Sales event?
We're calling it the Hoblet Ramapalooza. Right now, we have the biggest savings I can remember, with up to $18,000 off MSRP on new 2024 Ram 1500 Laramie and limited Hemi 4x4s. And with over 400 new Rams available, you're sure to find your perfect new Ram truck at the Hoblet Ram Truck Center.
Now, what's this I hear about a Hoblet pre-owned Supercenter?
We are super excited to celebrate the grand opening of the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter. We have over 200 used cars available and over 80 under 20,000.
Well, you heard the man. Ramapalooza happening now, and you've got to check out the new Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Super Center. Search, select, and save through their full selection at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
18,000 net savings on select new 2024 Ram 1500 Laramies after 11,500 factory rebates and 6,500 dealer discounts. Rebates may include up to $3,000 in Hoblet coupons or $2,000 rebate for eligible trade-ins. All coupons available while supplies last. 5 trucks at this net savings. See dealer for details. Simple VIN 178528.
Hi guys, live and local every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
Another thing we'll probably get rolling at some point today. By my calculations, the Kings are about to play their 40th season in Sacramento. So I know we were talking before the show maybe about putting together the top 40, Sacramento top 40, the top 40 Kings of all time. So we may get rolling on that today, take a few nominations. I mentioned it on the crossover, and it's already fun because people are mentioning, Ron Artest and Bonzi, Francisco Garcia, Corliss. That's going to be the fun part is just, yeah. And then when we have to start picking this guy over that guy, might get a little dicey. But we got that coming up.
Yeah, we know the top 3, 4, 5.
Sure.
Those are, we have been talking about that. But what about when you get to 27 or 35 or 43? And so, I tell you, Jay, getting Francisco Garcia on, that would be up there with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in my book. That's all I'm saying, man. So if you could make...
What you saying, man?
You hear me? That's my guy, Francisco Garcia. We go way back because he was in Louisville when I was there, and that was my guy back then. I haven't talked to him or heard from him, or I don't know what he's up to, but he was a Louisville legend when I was there.
He was doing workouts here with the Kings. He was on one of those exercise balls, lifting weights, and it snapped. It popped, and he broke his arm, and they ended up, I think the Maloofs, and they sued the company that made it, and I think they won the lawsuit.
Really?
Yeah. He's just doing this thing, a pop. And then,
man. Yeah. Francisco Garcia. He was, let me tell you a quick Garcia story. They went to the Final Four when I was there. And to get there, they had a major comeback in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the Pit, against Bob Huggins and the West Virginia Mountaineers. Do you know who was on that West Virginia team at the time?
Who?
Joe Mazzulla, current head coach of the Boston Celtics. Yes, I believe so. And so I gotta ask Cisco about that. They were down like 20, 25 in the game, but they kept chipping away and they won it, cut down the nets. It was amazing. It was great to be there.
Full disclosure, peek behind the curtain. We were talking about this today, and I was saying we should do top 100. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe that'd get a little...
I don't know, man. I don't want Jamias Ramsey on any list. If
he would be the top 100.
If he's number 99, I say we cap it at 98. No offense to him.
Mikey Moore might be eligible, but I don't know about. So anyway, I think top 40 would be pretty good.
Yeah, top 40 is good. 40th year of Kings basketball. It would have been great to do 100 years of Kings basketball too last season. But we'll figure it out, man. We got to come up with something.
By the way, I know you're not a big fan of this. I'm not either. The Little League World Series on TV. Nothing against the kids, but I think a little too much maybe is made of that.
What, the Little League World Series?
Yeah.
Was it you or did I hear somewhere driving yesterday that more is being bet on the Little League World Series than a regular MLB baseball game? And it's like people are actually wagering on 12-year-old kids. What are we doing, man?
Yeah.
I heard that. Have you ever been to Williamsport?
No.
I have. Got the hill out there. You roll down. Kids rolling down the hill. I covered a Little League World Series before. It was pretty sweet.
When DeMar or Malik or somebody bombs one in from 3 against the Sixers, you got to drop a. He was in downtown Williamsport.
I'll do that. Downtown Williamsport. How about Omaha, Nebraska, too? The College World Series is there. I've been there.
Yeah. I've been there for a football
football game, but at that stadium. Yeah.
In Omaha.
Yeah. Jay, you know the thing about Little League World Series, you being a baseball guy, I'm wondering if you think I'm an idiot or this is legit. Watching those kids, and they're so nervous and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing they do that just makes me scream at the TV is like a guy will walk on 4 pitches and the next kid up swings at the first pitch. It's like, come on,
I know,
Jay.
right? Come
you
on.
can't. Even at that level, you can't do that.
Fundamentals are gone, brother. Habitual habits are done, man. Like how many times have you seen a person try to lay down a bunt and they bunt the ball but foul twice?
Yeah. Yeah.
Gone are those days. Definitely just, smart, intelligent playing baseball. You see a man on third base, no outs. You see 2 strikeouts in a row.
Yeah.
Nobody's shorting up on the bat, hitting a fly ball.
Oh, it sounds like it makes you mad.
Oh, it does. It gets me. It definitely gets me upset.
Hey, did you see? You probably don't watch the Giants. Last night,
No, I don't watch the Giants.
Giants are down a run in the 10th, right? And they're on the verge of losing their 3rd in a row. They got a guy in second, the automatic runner, nobody out. They got Fitzgerald up, and he's hit more home runs in his first 60 at-bats than anybody since Willie Mays or something. They have him bunt, Jay. And to your point, nobody can bunt. Yeah, he's called out for interference.
Oh,
but
wow.
you got the tying run at second.
He got called out for interference trying to lay down a bunt. That's terrible.
Because the runner got thrown out at third, and the umpire said, no, he's safe, but the batter's out for interference. And people wondering, why are you having him bunt there?
Yeah, that's bad. Bad managing, fellas.
Yeah.
I'm with you, but that's what the Giants do.
Yeah.
The Giants can't get it together. I see a lot of Giants fans out here, fellas, excited that they're 1.5 games back. Well, did they win or lose last
They
night?
lost.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're 2 games back of the wild card right now, 2.5?
3.5. And they got 3 over 500, but I think they've lost 3 in a row since then.
Okay, well, there you go. That lets you know I don't keep up with them jokers, but it's interesting how people around here, and as they should, as much as I'm being a hater, you should be excited that your team is close to the wild card. And we've seen it. And I continue to keep on saying it. It's tough to say it when you win 3 championships, but those 3 championship teams that they had, I still don't understand how they won the championship. So it's about getting hot, playing ball at the right time,
Yep.
Tyler Fitzgerald being able to lay down a bunt when you need it. And also, coach not calling a bunt when you don't need it.
Right. And
are you guys excited by Tyler Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
Does he excite you?
He just because every time I see him, he's hitting a bomb, and he looks to me like one of those guys that could be on that 2010 team. Because when you see him, he's like, he doesn't look like much, and then bam, yeah, he's off to a great start. So I mean, excited.
Excited is kind of a loaded word, really. I mean, excited is
interested.
Aaron Judge.
Okay, interested. How about interested?
I'm excited about what he's done. I think I know what you're getting at. I don't see him and go, oh, you got to watch this guy. It's more like, how is that happening?
Yeah.
By the way, best record in the American League since July the 12th, the 15-9, is it? 15-9. Oakland.
Yeah. How about that?
Shouldn't have lost that game to the White Sox.
3 straight wins, though. They're on fire. What, 6-4 their last 10? Sacramento A's.
Have you guys warmed up to the fact of they'll be here sooner than later? I'm still fighting it.
Hold up, Jay. Why are you always doing that, man? You're always painting us back into a corner. Were we fighting it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Were we, Whitey?
Well, maybe not you, Whitey was.
All right. I was kind of like, I'll believe it when I see it. And part of that's because I don't want to get all excited about it and then have the rug pulled out. But yeah, it's going to happen.
But not even that. Are you guys still kind of hung up on the fact of like, they're coming? I would have loved for him to be in Oakland. And maybe this might be a Whitey thing because Drapes might be like, you know what? I don't care. I'm a Philly. But I'm still torn. I'm still a little torn. Like, I'm happy to come in the Sac, but I'm also like, man, I feel dirty a little bit.
You still feel
just a little bit, Drapes. I'm still torn, man.
I think Oakland, one way or the other, is still going to end up with a team.
I can't see it. I can't see it.
There's a lot of people there with a lot of money that are interested. And I don't know if it's going to be this team or another team or an expansion team or what, but I really feel like it just makes too much sense for baseball at some point to go back there.
Does it really?
It does to me.
It does, but I don't know if it does to Manfred. That's the problem. Like, none of this really makes sense from a Major League Baseball, but yet they're still doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know if they view Oakland ahead of Austin, Nashville, Portland. I don't know, the pecking order of MLB, how they view Oakland now that, the Warriors have left. Now that they won't have a team, I don't know, man.
I would guess that if somebody is willing to go in and buy the team, and we've got the wherewithal to build a nice stadium by the water, I think that's all that they care about. Really, is like, how much money do you have? Are we going to make money for us? Great, we love you. We don't care where you are.
You know, it hit me, fellas, and maybe this analogy is off base, but I sort of view it as the Hartford Whalers leaving Hartford. Great franchise, well supported.
I've been to Hartford. They still love the Hartford Whalers.
That's what I'm talking about. Loyal fan base, diehard fan base, but it's hockey's never going back there.
Right.
You know, and so I wonder, man.
Is Oakland Hartford, Drapes? Is the Bay Area not able to house another team?
That's a great. Why are they losing this one? You know,
I blame ownership.
Yeah, part of it is ownership.
And
just
city,
like they want it out.
Yeah, but I also think Rob Manfred has given the blessing. He's doing whatever he can to make it easier for John Fisher to take the team away. It's not David Stern stepping in with Sacramento. This is totally different.
But I don't think it's so much, I could be totally wrong, but I don't think it's Manfred looking at Oakland going, okay, yeah, we don't want to be there. It's just like, well, you're going to go to Vegas? All right, fine. Just get that done. But I do think if Oakland has the interest, the backing, and somebody comes in and has a plan, says, look, we're going to make this thing shine like it should have been shining, I think baseball will be, okay, fine, as long as we're going to make the money.
Let me ask you this, and this is I'm not coming from the side of Oakland hate. I'm just trying to be a realist, Jay and Whitey, here. In the whole scheme of Americana, the United States of America, which cities right now seem to be more desirable? The Nashvilles of the world, the Austins of the world. Those cities are growing. Oakland, San Francisco, the Bay, they're not growing. And so I wonder, because I know the fabric of Oakland, so it's not about that. I wonder from an outsider's view, are they viewing Oakland in the same way that we do? Or are they viewing it in the landscape of Americana, where Nashville is a hot city now? You know, Portland is gone down now. 10 years ago, Portland was a hot city. You know, there was a lot of talk about, you know, the Expos maybe going there, you know, years and years ago.
Russell Wilson was heavily involved in that
effort. Yeah. And so I just feel like our view of Oakland is different than an outsider's view of Oakland.
I think Nashville's going to get a team almost automatically. But I would guess that for baseball, there would be some value. Again, if somebody has everything put together for Oakland in a way where you go, wow, that's a nice stadium and everything. I think there'd be some value to baseball for going back there. Because, you know, it's a really bad situation for baseball. If someone can make it like, look, this is a win-win, and you're going to look like, oh, Rob Manfred, you'll look like a hero riding back into Oakland. Right. I think the door's still open on that. But, you know, how that impacts our efforts here, I don't know.
And how many years is that going to take? Too?
Yeah.
Like, you got to build a stadium. You got to find an owner. Like, you got to, you know, we're years away from that.
I see what you're saying, Drapes. And I think if you take a step out, you know, take a step back, fellas, and look at it from the bird's eye view of what Drapes is saying is, you know, we're closer to the situation because we're right down the street from Oakland compared to, like you said, Nashville, compared to Vegas, compared to Portland, compared to, you know, Louisville's in the hunt from what we've been told. I think there are more desirable cities, but I would also say Cleveland Browns. I think, you know, and I know Cleveland's got a decent sized city compared to Oakland, but the Bay Area is bigger than Cleveland. I think they already have a built-in fan base, and all you have to do is put a stadium there, and you're going to make money. You know, so baseball's already going to be in a win. But I will say this, Drapes, this is me, and I kind of, I guess, agreeing with you too, White, is this. If the A's do leave, I don't think Manfred will be the commissioner to bring someone back. I think because we know, like, his expiration is probably 2028.
Yeah, he's even said that himself.
Yeah, he's like, he's out. I think the next commissioner, that will be something he'll be able to, you know, spread the wings and be like, look what I did. I brought back, you know, baseball to Oakland.
Him or her.
Or her. Absolutely. Or her. Yes, yes, sir.
We'll get back to the Brandon Aiyuk contract situation, get to the very heart of the Aiyuk contract dispute. Also, Tell you who wants to be the quarterback for Team USA in the Olympics at LA. That more coming up. Drive Guys, Sactown Sports.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Coach Doug Christie here to remind you, if you're in the market for a new car, shop Folsom Lake Kia. Low interest rates, low payments, and zero down deals with approval of credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
The PGA club fitters at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio know that golf should be fun. They also know that players of all abilities will hit the ball farther and straighter, play better golf, shoot lower scores, and have more fun if they get fitted before they purchase golf clubs. Hagen Oaks delivers the same technology and major brands used to fit PGA and LPGA professionals. See how the game can be even more fun. Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by Arby's of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy, Kyle Draper. Equip your staff with top-notch uniforms, professionally cleaned and delivered weekly to your workplace by Alsco Uniforms, proud sponsors of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. Our services include uniforms, towels, floor mats, mops, first aid supplies, and restroom essentials to uphold cleanliness and safety standards in your business. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Visit alsco.com to learn more. Again, visit alsco.com.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emron Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Going to get back to Brandon Aiyuk. We've been talking about the Sacramento, Oakland, Las Vegas A's. I know Campio in the chat he's typically team Drapes, but I have to agree with him completely here.
Yeah, what did he say?
He points out the African American Sports and Entertainment Group now owns the Oakland Stadium and land. It's still not over in Oakland. Yeah, that was a recent purchase for them, and they've been very serious about trying to find a way to keep the A's in Oakland or trying to get a baseball team there. And they are they're legit. So, yeah, they definitely – it's not over in Oakland. What that means for Sacramento, I don't know. But at least we know we're going to have the A's for, I assume, least a couple years, maybe 4
maybe
or more
4.
years.
Yeah. I think at least 3, maybe 4.
That's the plan.
What does the African American Sports and Entertainment Group owning the stadium and land have to do with anything?
Well, it would suggest that they are serious about developing something there, that they want to put something there, that they see a future for baseball in Oakland. And
is that the location though, or
it could be? It's a great location. You've been there, right?
I've been there. Yeah, I've been
It's
there.
great. I mean, it's just you get in, you get out. It's one of the best locations. So it's just an indication that there are serious investors that are still trying to get that done there.
Okay.
Not just, some fly by night. Somebody's like, oh, let's keep the A's. Woohoo. There's some big money that's interested in
But isn't the other half is owned by the A's themselves. Like they bought the half from Oakland, from the city, the AASEG or whatever. The other half is owned by the A's.
Oh, okay.
So you still have to negotiate with the A's.
Mm-hmm. I didn't realize it was a half purchase.
Was it a half purchase? It was like last week, right, or something? 2
Yeah, a
weeks
little longer
ago.
than that.
All right.
It was like in May or June.
No, Jay,
No,
something just happened last week.
It was
yeah.
really recent.
Yeah. Let me look it up real quick. Just happened last week.
See, I thought they bought the first. They agreed
Oakland A's agreed to sell their stake in Coliseum. This was August 5th.
Oh, so they just did it. I missed that.
Yeah.
Oh, I must have been on vacay.
Yeah.
Oh, so now they own 100%.
Right.
Got you.
Yes,
Okay, I missed that then.
Yep. Boom. There you
So
go.
they bought the first half from Oakland in May or June, and now they bought the second half from the A's. Got you.
Yeah.
So that's why the Roots have now been announced to play there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's my apologies.
And no problem. And I get it. All apologies. They're fun. The Oakland Coliseum, it's kind of, it needs to be upgraded. But then when the Roots are going there, and bless them, and they're talking about, we're going to be playing in the historic Oakland Coliseum.
Right.
So it went from, this place off to, it's a historic, which it is. It's one of those things like, the A's used to say when they were, 2012, they'd say, this place is a dump, but the players would say, but it's our dump.
Yeah.
We love it.
It got some history there.
It does.
It has history. Yeah. Interesting. I'm reading the AP article about that, Associated Press. And so Whitey's point, they state on their website, it plans for a thriving sports, entertainment, educational, and business district on the property.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking to, bring sports there and build up around it too.
If Vegas falls through and it ends up being basically Sacramento against Oakland for the A's, that would be tough for us.
Yeah, I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah, they would be, they were kind of further down the path than Sacramento.
Yeah.
That'd be a tough one.
Yeah, somebody on the 279 just weighed in. It's in a horrible location, this person says. That team doesn't have a future in Oakland. Sounds like a hater there, but he thinks the location is horrible.
I just think it's easily accessible. I just know for, getting into stadiums and out of stadiums.
What is that right there? What freeway is that?
Nimitz?
Right there?
With the 880?
Yeah.
Is that 880 right there? Okay.
Yeah. Everything changed after the earthquake. Yeah. But don't you agree, Jay? You get in there, you get out. It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
You just gotta
It
know where to
depends.
park.
Normally you have a place to park because no one's at the game.
You park by the basketball arena down there, and you get
Got to pay the $40 nowadays. Last time I went through there, like last year for a concert, it was $40 at the old Oracle.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if that person is saying that particular location is terrible, or just
because of the neighborhood. Yeah, I could see that. And that's the one thing you guys have had. You've done a great job, Drapes, and I know you went on a couple of Drapes takes and rants over the fact that the fabric of Oakland is not what a lot of people perceive it to be. Right now we're going through. The economy is tough everywhere. Absolutely. It doesn't matter who you are. The economy is tough. And, Oakland's one of those places, but there's a lot of places through Oakland right now. When you drive right by, you never know you was in the hood. It's gentrified like a mofo.
And then you have Eric Stoneburner points out the train has a stop right at the park as well. Yeah. Boop, boop.
Yeah.
Coliseum station.
I might take the kids down there this weekend, fellas. I got a home game against the Giants.
Ooh.
107 on Sunday.
It's going to be a whooping by the Oakland A's, the hottest team in the league.
How about this, Jay? You would appreciate this. Vita Blue bobblehead giveaway. Whitey, too. That's worth the trip right there. Just for that.
How much is true?
I may have to take the young kids there. They want to go to the water park. I might be like, nah, kids, we going to see the Oakland.
Now, what
A's
water
play.
park you talking? Wait a minute. Because there's more games now. Water park's getting ready to close in 2 weeks.
Isn't that going to be the last Favorite Series game in Oakland ever? Probably?
Yes.
Oh,
That's and it's Vita Blue bobblehead. Let me see what I'd have to look at the rest of the schedule. Like I don't want to go when the Brewers are there. No offense, who else they play? Mariners home game, but nothing like Vita Blue bobblehead giveaway. Jay. Oh, how about this? September 20th, Yankees. Ricky Henderson retro bobblehead.
Now, there you go. What day is that?
That's on Friday, September 20th.
I'm taking off. I'm telling the boss man right now.
You go.
Let's drive guys at the A's game day.
Yeah, that might be the one. That might be the one. Yeah.
Aaron Judge,
his final trip there.
We'll do our show in the rental car on the way down.
Right.
Yeah, we should do that.
I've done that before. I've called in and, Yeah.
Let me answer real quick here on Aiyuk. I think the heart of the Aiyuk contract dispute, maybe, as ESPN pointed out, it comes down to, from the 49ers standpoint, does their system make him better, or does he make the system and Purdy better? Is it like, you know what? He only puts up these numbers because our system's so great, or is it we got to pay Brock Purdy all this money? Maybe a big part of that is because Brandon Aiyuk is making him look so good. I think that's really what it's unanswerable in a way.
I was going to ask, what's the answer there?
I think Aiyuk is phenomenal.
I agree with you. I agree. And last week, several days, I went over the exercise, Whitey, and I've said it on this show with you before. Brandon Aiyuk, 7th in the league in yards, 36th in targets. So this guy is doing more with less opportunity than anybody in the league. And so we got to give him credit. And we can't say, he's a product of his system. And I think that's part of this negotiation too. He's looking at Justin Jefferson. He's looking at all these A-list receivers thinking, I can be that. I'm that dude too, where the Niners are viewing him as, dude, you were 36th in targets. Like, you weren't a big part of, you weren't, we had CMC, we had Debo. Like, you were lower on the pecking order. And I think how you view Aiyuk is different.
That's what I admire about his stance here, what he and his agent have done. Because I know we have people on the chat and the text line, they say, he just needs to shut up and play. People do that. But he has managed to beat the team here. It's like, you can say all that, but you want me. When push comes to shove here, it's pretty clear.
Right.
You do recognize how important I am to what you're doing.
Right, exactly. And I think he's secure in that, and he knows that. And Eric Stoneburner here on the YouTube chat, check it out, Sactown Sports 1140. He's a Seahawks fan. He says, as a Hawks fan, I would love to have Aiyuk over DK Metcalf 10 out of 10 days and twice on Sunday. That's lofty praise right there. That's putting him up in that top 5.
Great, but Aiyuk is better. Yeah.
Wow,
they're a little bit different.
I like you guys to be the GM. Drapes, if me and you on the opposite side, you can take Aiyuk. Send me DK right now.
DK is legit.
What?
I love DK, man.
DK with a solid quarterback?
Yeah. I think DK's pretty damn good.
Oh, he is. He is.
Woo. DK is. Woo.
I already got a DK. His name is Debo.
Nah, DK more vertical. Way more vertical.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Eric says DK makes bonehead moves. I don't know about that. I don't get to watch DK, game in and game out. But from a talent standpoint, I forgot about him. He's in that top 10 category, just like Aiyuk, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I give Aiyuk a lot of credit the way he's played this. From the jump, from as soon as the Super Bowl ended, he started making noise. And I know the 49ers didn't appreciate that, but we said it's a game of chicken. They blinked. It looks like, I know it's not done yet, but it looks like the 49ers are blinking.
Is this what they do, though? Jay's brought it up. They play hardball, and then eventually, all right, we'll give you, this or something like that.
But you've said all along, and I agree, you've said this one seems a little different. It feels a little different.
Yes, it seems different. And, I think, here we are, how many weeks before the season? 3 weeks or so before the season starts. It has to get done soon. Like, this has been a huge distraction. Let's keep it real, Niners fans. It's been an awful camp, and I know it doesn't have an impact on the season, but going into week 1 against a tough opponent, Aaron Rodgers and company, you got to get some good mojo going. You can't have this hanging over your head that final week before the regular season begins. You got to get this taken care of.
When we come right back, we'll tell you about the NBA team that is bringing in a recent Sacramento King for a workout. Also, we'll tell you about the guy that wants to be Team USA's quarterback in the Olympics. Coming up on Sactown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
So Charleston McCaffrey, a cutback run 30, breaks 340. McCaffrey midfield. McCaffrey 40, 30, 20, and toasted all the way down to the 3-yard line on the first play of the game. CMC Dynamite!
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of the spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
Dawn or dusk, I'm on the hunt. Skeeter here, Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm wearing Skeeter Vision, night vision goggles that light up skeeters at dawn or dusk like the 4th of July. Mosquito, 12 o'clock. Got him. So fight the bite by wearing long sleeves and pants at dawn or dusk when they're most active. Apply insect repellent and drain stagnant water. It's a breeding ground.
Dawn or dusk, the Sacramento Yellow Mosquito and Vector Control District reminds you to fight the bite. For more information or to report problems, go to fightthebite.net.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing. Leasing some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal at Maida.
Celebrate Sacramento Rivercats baseball during our 25th anniversary season and join the fun at Sutter Health Park. For a full promotion schedule and to buy tickets, visit rivercats.com. We'll see you there.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
The Drive Guys, live and local, every afternoon, Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
If I'm not mistaken, Drapes, you are one of many Kings observers and fans and people who were wondering why Terrence Davis didn't get any NBA run last year.
Yeah, that was my guy, TD. I miss him. Yeah.
And you've probably seen this, Michael Scotto, on Twitter. The Milwaukee Bucks brought in Terrence Davis for a workout. 27-year-old guard has averaged 8 points in 16.1 minutes per game in 4 NBA seasons. I think our buddy Will was a guy that last year used to wonder, what's going on with Terrence Davis?
He's a bucket. He's an instant bucket, a guy that can get his own shot, and not sure exactly what happened. How come he wasn't brought back? But yeah, I wish the best for TD. I still remember that Brooklyn Nets game, Tuesday night, I believe it was, TNT game, and he went off for 30-plus points. And he's a guy that can fill it up, a guy that, and I spoke to somebody in the Kings organization before that season. I said, trust me, there will be a game or two where we look back and Terrence Davis will say, that was the Terrence Davis game. And, I don't think we had enough guys like that on our roster last season, guys that can just go off and have a 25-point game or anything like that. It always had to be Fox, Keegan, Malik, and Domas. Like, we needed more depth, more guys off the bench that can score.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wish them the best. I know, talking to Jerry. Jerry sometimes would wonder, I don't know why Terrence Davis doesn't play more.
But. I kind of know why, because he was – sometimes it'd be mental errors on defense, defensive blown assignments, things like that, maybe not running the play. It was the staying locked in mentally, I think, for TD that, may have driven the coaches a little frustrated.
Would you agree with this in general? If you have a guy playing for Mike Brown and you're wondering, why isn't he playing more? You can start at the defensive end.
You can look at
that's
defense,
not always
right?
it, but it typically has something to do with it.
I mean, think about it. That's how, Keon Ellis got his minutes.
Yeah.
Defensively. It wasn't like he came in and was dropping 25 a night or anything like that. He was great defensively, and then offensively didn't try to get out of his zone, didn't try to do too much. And, and then he stayed with it. And we know that too. Look at a guy like Kessler Edwards when he was here. We trade for that guy, and next week he's starting. It's like because of his defense and his versatility. And so that's the way Chris Duarte, he had to figure out in order to see the floor. It wasn't with offensively. He had to be great defensively. And, it was something that he struggled with at times.
Top of the hour, we're going to look again at the Kings schedule, what we know about it. Sean Cunningham is going to join us a little after the top of the hour with more on that. But right now, Drapes, warning, hot topic. Toxic. This is a handle with caution topic, because this former NFL quarterback says of the flag football play in the Olympics in 2028. Hopefully we'll be out there. We're going to work on some things, see if we can make it in there, but we'd love to be out there. End quote, Colin Kaepernick.
I can see it.
I would love to see it.
I can see it. Colin Kaepernick, he'd be almost like the Gershon Yabusele of football. It's like, how come this guy isn't in the NBA? Well, how come Colin Kaepernick isn't in the NFL? Go out there, win the gold medal.
Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, but how old will he be by then?
Well, he's 36 now. So
right?
Yeah. It just depends. I don't know. We have USA basketball, and they select players as their USA flag football. I don't know how they pick the players. I would think that whoever's available, there's probably going to be a quarterback who's got more going on right now than Colin Kaepernick. So I think it's very unlikely.
But I wonder, is this a pick situation? Is it like 3-on-3 basketball where you got to qualify? Your team has to, go through a tournament, and the best team in that tournament, becomes who represents USA. Will there be current college players, current NFL? Like, I don't know what the criteria is.
Wouldn't that be something though? What a way to end that whole saga. And I know there's probably people already complaining. I understand you're offended by what he did. That's your right. But I would love to see that. I think it's very unlikely. But Colin Kaepernick playing quarterback for the USA Olympic football team, that would be incredible.
And getting a gold medal, and then having the Star Spangled Banner being played. And
some people, I'm sure, would go nuts. Some people can't imagine that.
This country would implode if that happened, man. That would be awesome, though. I would love to see that sort of redemption story. And, it'd be interesting to see how Cap reacts to that, too. You know what I mean? I don't know what his stances are, his point of view is right now. But, is he going to be a Juan Carlos in Mexico City with the black fist up or something like that? It would be interesting.
I know he also recently talked about how he would still like to play in the NFL. And it does seem like whenever he's asked about coming back in any form or fashion, he says, yeah, I'm working towards that. And I wonder if he really is now, or if that's just like, well, that's what I'm going to say, because, he doesn't want to give up. I don't know if how sincere he is or how likely he thinks it is. I know, did you see Harbaugh said that he asked him to come to the Chargers, but as a coach?
He should do it. That's a great gesture there by Harbaugh. And I do think Cap could
help. He was Harbaugh's guy.
Yeah. And I think Cap could be a very good coach. I mean, this is a guy, and I think he would be relatable to the players too. I mean, can you imagine having a guy like Colin Kaepernick you're working with every day, soaking up his wisdom and everything? Like, that would be a true redemption story too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm being real with you, Whitey, right now, it shouldn't be on Harbaugh. Roger Goodell should come out and say something like, this guy deserves to be back in the league in some form or fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Like the league needs to make amends to Colin Kaepernick, I think, because it seemed like he was blackballed.
Yeah.
Owners collusion, however you want to put it, he was blackballed from the NFL.
Remember when the Ravens were interested in bringing him in, because they had Roman was a coordinator, so they knew how to fit in the system, and Harbaugh's brother was the coach. And the owner, remember Steve Biscotti?
Yeah.
He said, we're not sure what to do. Pray for us. And you knew at that point, well, that's not going to happen.
Right.
That was pathetic.
Right.
Take a stance one way or the other. But you knew at that point, well, that's done. So I don't know. There's a lot of real football players who during the summer, they're getting ready for their real football seasons. So maybe there will be an opportunity you need a quarterback. We got Colin Kaepernick. I think that'd be tremendous.
That would be tremendous. You're right. But, the thing that's disappointing to me about the Colin Kaepernick situation is that anytime you bring up his name, you get some of the haters that come out of the woodwork. You know what I mean? I'm looking at, the text line, and
sure,
nobody's putting their name on it, obviously. We encourage people, if you're going to say something, put your name on it. But people are doing it behind their keyboards and on their phones and stuff like that. Put your name on it if you got something to say about Colin Kaepernick. I just hate that the mere mention of his name. We've been on this for about 3 minutes now.
Mm-hmm.
We got like 8, 9, 10 comments on the text line.
Sure.
That I'm not even going to read because, to me, I don't want to give them, that platform, if you will. But it's a shame, man, because this is a guy that really kind of did the American thing in terms of protesting, and people are really still, years later, still angry about it.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it would happen, Jay? I think I know what you would want to see happen. Do you think there's any chance that happens?
That's tough. It's tough, fellas, because he is a character, and you're touching on it a little bit, where you have to have a heck of a PR team.
Yeah.
Right. Like you have to have that type of PR team because there's just going to be so much negative kickback.
Right.
It would be insane. And I don't know if that's the proper word to see him competing for his country.
Yes, that's it. That's why I meant, we all know what's going to happen when you start talking about this, but I just thought that aspect of it was, got to bring it up.
That's
of course.
That would be a sight to behold.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I'm with you on that.
But it sounds to me like maybe somebody decided to ask him, and he's just like, yeah, that'd be great. And now maybe we're all making too much of it, and he's just, sure, I'd love to do that. Doesn't mean that he's trying necessarily, or that USA flag football is actually interested, but it's just mind blowing to think about. It is insane. To think about, as you said,
because how would he react? How would, and on top of this, let's not forget this. It's here in LA.
Yeah, that would be
That's
huge.
a whole nother
Yeah.
Like if you're in Paris or Brazil, Rio, you're in Africa, like it's a little different. He's gonna be on his home country's turf in LA. He's a Cali guy. It'd be super interesting. I would love to see it.
Let me ask you guys this, because I'm looking at all the text coming. But let me ask you this. Muhammad Ali was once crucified, vilified, and now he's one of the most celebrated Americans of all time.
Mm-hmm.
When history is ultimately written about Colin Kaepernick, how will he be viewed, do you think? Will there be a time where, I'm not saying he's going to be Ali, because Ali was the greatest, obviously, but will there be a time where the majority of people say that he was on the right side of history? That's a deep question.
My guess would be a slim majority will be pro Kaepernick down the road. I don't know, but
I'd go 50-50. Like, I think it's my answer, and my apologies, White.
No, we're good.
I'd say 50-50. I think it's seen 50-50 now. I don't think there's a majority either way. I think it's 50-50.
And needless to say, on both sides, whichever side you're on it, you're dug in. I know I'm pro Kaepernick. I know no one's going to convince me otherwise, and I know it's the same with the people
on the other side as well.
Ain't coming over to our side either.
Yeah, but during Ali's era, weren't the thoughts just as strong, if not stronger? And then,
but war is, I think it's easier for people to say, oh yeah, well, war is bad. Yeah, I see where he's going. Yeah, he didn't want to kill people. Than it is, the way people see the flag and they look at it as him disrespecting things that I don't think he really was disrespecting.
No. Misinformed
let go of that.
And that's the part of it.
You're right. If you're one of those people, I disagree, but I recognize you're right.
Right, absolutely. But I think part of it is misinformation, Drapes. And again, it sounds like we're all on the side of like Cap should have been given another opportunity in the NFL one way or another. But the continued misinformation that still happens in 2024 is the puzzling situation of, like we see text, we see the YouTubes, and I don't mind reading them, Now, of course, we won't give you the time of the day, but the misinformation still puzzles me on how years later, fellas, it's just not there. Like the answer is still not there.
And Jay, and my final point on this is, in the whole scheme of life, in the whole scheme of our earth, what he did, compare it to some of the other things that have been done historically, in American history. Anil is going to blackball you from the league for the rest of people will call you names just for kneeling. Like, in the whole scheme of life, it seems like the quote unquote punishment doesn't fit the crime.
Yeah. And I would just say this, my final thought on it would be, you look at what he was protesting and you look at what has happened in that regard since he protested, it's only gotten worse.
Right.
To me, it's pretty obvious he was right.
NBA, all the NBA players, doing the same thing. George Floyd, like I don't know, man. It's disheartening that, just the mere mention of Colin Kaepernick can evoke this kind of reaction from people.
Colin Kaepernick, Olympic quarterback. Probably never happened, but nice to think about. When we come back, we have a date for HB's return to the G1C. How about that, Sactown Sports?
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
Welcome to the Tap House Restaurant at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course. With an array of local craft brews from a selection of 20 taps, the Tap House menu boasts freshly made sandwiches, crisp salads, and a variety of specialty entrees. The Tap House is the perfect place for a round after your round at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course, especially during happy hour from 3 to 6 daily. Drop by the Tap House Restaurant for scenic views, exquisite food, and a hearty welcome. The Tap House at Bartley Kavanaugh Golf Course.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers. And if you've even thought of replacing your old, outdated, inefficient windows, now is the time to take action.
Right now at Bell Brothers, when you buy one window, you'll get the second one for 30% off. That's right. Buy one, get the second one 30% off.
That's real savings, up to $6,000. You have to buy at least 4 windows to qualify, and you can't mix windows and doors. But beyond that, every second window is 30% off.
For example, when you buy 10 windows, you will get 5 windows at 30% off. We also have 0% interest financing available for qualified buyers. Call for details.
To take advantage of our buy one, get one 30% off sale, call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or find us online at theNoSurpriseGuys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sactown Sports.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Sean Cunningham's going to join us just a few minutes here with a kind of a preview of the Kings' upcoming schedule, which keeps coming out a little bit here, a little bit there. We were just talking about a quarterback. Before we get any further, for what it's worth, our condolences, or I don't know how you feel about Drapes. Condolences to Chris Watkins and all Minnesota Vikings fans. It's been a tough day.
Man, they dropping like flies out there, huh? Whew. My gosh.
Yeah, yesterday we found out J.J. McCarthy has a meniscus tear, and today he's done for the year. But Sam Darnold to the rescue, right?
Yeah, they got Sam Darnold.
No problem.
Sam Bam Darnold.
Sam I am.
Yeah, they basically punting on this season, man. I mean, and who knows? Sam Darnold may be okay, but you go from, having the number 10 overall pick, hopeful for the season, trying to build something to bam, just like that, wiped out. And it's a meniscus, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. So initially I think they thought, oh yeah, I'll get it repaired and then be back at some point.
Yeah.
But yeah. That gets you back to the whole question of, is it even worthwhile playing your starters in the preseason? Obviously he hadn't played in the NFL, so he has to play if you want to play him at all. The Chiefs also play, Andy Reid believes in playing his players in the preseason, and they just lost a receiver with shoulder injury, whereas Kyle Shanahan's like, that first game, we ain't playing anybody.
Yeah, and think about it. CMC basically shut down for the preseason, Who knows how he would have responded, maybe third preseason game, but Shanahan's not taking any chances. They got to get right for week one. Man, I tell you. I'm sorry, Whitey. I'm just it's hard for me to ignore the YouTube chat right now, Sactown Sports 1140, or the text stream that's coming in 916-339-1140. It's hard for me to just, all right, now let's move on to something else after the conversation we just had.
I understand, and it's my fault for bringing it up, but I think we probably have to.
We got to. Yeah,
you one or the other. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. But we do have the Kings schedule finally going to be announced tomorrow. How about this? Sean Cunningham had this. And again, Sean Cunningham joining us in just a bit here. Sunday, December 1st, the San Antonio Spurs visit the Kings, which means the return of Harrison Barnes to the Golden One Center.
What kind of reception should HB get?
He should get a huge reception.
He
He'll probably
should.
get kind of a nice.
He should.
Right? They got to play a video and
You
everything.
got to
and
play a video of
really
HB.
nice.
He's
one.
had some great moments. But you know what's interesting? Remember when Tyrese came back? He didn't get a tribute, and his family was pissed off and everything. Do the Kings do tribute videos when former players come back? Did they do one for Buddy Hield? I can't remember. I'm legit asking. I don't remember. They
Not that I
should.
remember.
HB was
right
the statesman of the team. Like he, embodied the work ethic. The leadership. Like he was a model player for this franchise. I hope they do honor him in some way.
Harrison Barnes, when he came here, they weren't very good, and part of his mission was helping to usher them into an era of being competitive. And mission accomplished. It wasn't all him. He didn't do it by himself. But look how much better off the Kings are as he leaves than they were when he got here. So and he deserves a lot of credit for that.
And how about this? And I agree with you 100%. But how about his ability to handle the losing, the frustration, and not demand a trade, not badmouth the team or like he came and answered questions after every game. He was almost like the sacrificial lamb. Lose by 30, HB, come on out and talk. And he did it time and time and time again. And so I'm with you, man. The way he handled himself during the struggles and helped usher in a new era of Kings basketball, sort of a veteran leader on that team, he deserves some love for that.
Why do you think he became such a symbol for the fans of what was wrong with the Kings? Why was he a source of so much fan frustration, in your opinion? Because he was, right? We can agree on that, fairly or unfairly.
Right.
I mean, we heard it on this show all the time, on all the shows.
That's a great question, Whitey, because it wasn't like we got him when he just came out of from North Carolina or anything like that. He had been in the league several years by the time he got here to Sacramento. 4, 5, 6 years, 6.5 years.
And he
when
won a ring.
He won a ring.
And he went to Dallas eventually after the 16 season. And
then, I think when you look at what he did in Dallas, I'm looking at the 16-7 season, 19.2 points per game. The 17-18 season, 18.9 points per game. People were thinking that's who they would get. But when you look at his time in Sacramento, full seasons here, 14.5, 16.1, 16.4. He didn't match the production that he had in Dallas. And so I think people were expecting to get 19, 20 point per game Harrison Barnes, and they got 16 point per game Harrison Barnes.
You know, the way we are as fans, if he made that shot against the Warriors, everyone would look at him totally different. Even if he were still traded, people would look at Harrison Barnes totally differently.
No, you're right. And he had a good look. And that's the thing about HB. He's had a number of game winners in Sacramento, but people don't remember that. They remember the miss against Golden State, the times he came up empty-handed.
Yeah, and as you ran down his numbers there, and you're right, they went down, but he had some solid seasons statistically.
Yeah,
he was a really better shooter than people give him credit for.
Yeah, and here's the thing that people, got to understand about HB. I rattled off the 19.2 points, 18.9 points in Dallas. He shot 16 times a game his first full season in Dallas. He shot 15.7 shots per game his second season in Dallas. When he got to Sacramento, Whitey, the most shots he took in any single season in Sacramento, 11.1. So was that his doing, not being aggressive, or was it not getting him the ball, running plays for him?
Probably by design, right? I mean, for the most part, you want him taking about that many. There were certainly times when they probably could have got him the ball in certain situations.
Yeah.
But overall, I'd say that's about how many shots he should have been taking on this team.
Right. And the thing about it too, Whitey, when you look at his percentages here in Sacramento, and I'm just going full season in Sac, not the midseason trade. First full season in Sac, 46% from the field. Next season, 49.7, 46.9, 47.3, 47. So based on the opportunity, his production was commensurate with it. Like it matched up. Now, if you want him to be a 20 point per game scorer, well, then he's going to have to take 14, 15 shots. That just wasn't him, though.
Do you think when we finalize our top 40, Kings top 40?
Hell yes.
Is he going to be in there?
HB is in my Kings top 40. He might be top 30.
Scratch his list, Whitey.
You ain't putting HB in the top 40.
I will reveal it next week.
Okay. All right.
I will argue my top 40 or 50 or whatever we're doing list next week.
So are we doing, each of us are doing a separate list, or are we compiling one
There's a number
all
of ways
together?
we can do it. I'd like to also get some listener involvement. And then I think we should have just a ton of nominees, and then between the three,
come to a consensus, whittle it down.
Yeah.
It's kind of how everybody else, right? Like Hoops Hype's got 8 guys.
Yes. Oh, there's going to be some bitter arguments over that.
So should we,
There's
how
one
about this,
already.
fellas? Should we, us 3, then we add like a Frankie, a couple, then a like a Bibby, who we have on tomorrow, Mike Bibby coming on the show, and then include like 1 or 2 of the listeners?
Maybe,
like that could round out the team
that'll be
panel.
our panel.
I could run it by Jerry, too.
Oh, Jerry
got to be
there.
there.
Got to run
he
it.
gotta
I'm
be
saying
part of that.
Jerry's doing it.
Yeah. All right.
I like that.
Sean Cunningham, Fox 40 sports reporter, Kings Insider, been here a long time. What does he think? Does HB belong in his top 40? We'll find out when Sean joins us right after this on Sactown Sports.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Flagship station for the Beam Team, Sactown Sports.
You all right, Drapes?
Jay pandering to the crowd right now. Pandering to West Coast hip hop right now, playing this.
All right.
I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to relitigate the Drake and Kendrick beef. You know, it's funny though. We listened to the song Like That. You know that song, Jay. And that's the song that really kind of set it off. And every time Kendrick's verse comes on, where he says, it's not the big 3, it's just big me, because that's what really set it off. My kids are like, Dad, that's the part right there. Like, they're like, that's what set it off right there. And I'm like, yup, everything would have been fine if Kendrick hadn't opened his big mouth and set it off like that. But it's all good. It's all good.
Well, we're just about to set it off here on our
our boy Sean
search
Cunningham.
for the top 40 Kings of all time. We got that coming up, and Sean Cunningham, of course, has also been dropping little tidbits here and there, little chestnuts on the Kings schedule. So he's got a source.
Yeah, he's we're waiting on him to join now. He must be tweeting out another random February game or something like that. You know, LaMelo Ball is coming to Sacramento April 3rd, 3:00 tip time. Come on.
I'll be there.
I know. Jay will be there. Did you hear LaMelo's going to start wearing ankle braces a la Steph Curry?
Steph Curry.
Yeah, how about that?
You know, the incredible thing about Curry is he had all those ankle problems early on, and according to what's been written and what he said, he had to learn to run differently. He had to like change the way.
Really?
And he did it, and he hasn't had problems.
Hasn't had problems since.
How are
And
you-
Under Armour.
As a basketball player, can you imagine? You have to run differently. It's like I can't do that.
Right. How do you do that? You just run, right?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Thoughts on HB here on the chat? Antonio Ray Harvey.
Oh, our guy.
HB is good for tribute. He was all about Sacramento, did a lot for disadvantaged communities. Salute.
Yes.
But Epic Airby says, I think the frustration in general with Barnes, because he was no longer the bucket getter under Brown's schemes, he ended up taking too many nights off. That's it, the inconsistency.
Yeah.
People get frustrated.
Can't say he took nights off. I mean, we had Doug Christie on, and he talked about how HB does things that don't show up in the box score.
Mhm.
You know, it just is what it is. I'm going to always be an HB fan.
Well, look who just showed up in our box score. Fox 40 sports reporter, Kings insider Sean Cunningham. Sean, my boy. Thanks for. Yeah. Got to ask you, Sean, before we get any further, the Kings are about to play their 40th season. So we're starting our efforts to name the top 40 Sacramento Kings of all time. And we're, it's wide open right now. Just wondering off the top of your head, you think HB belongs on that list?
Oh man, that's a good question. If he is, I mean, I think he'd be in the probably 35 to 40 range, perhaps maybe 30 to 40 range, without giving it too much thought. Yeah, I could see it. I don't. I mean, I think just because he'd been here for so long, and you're kind of hard pressed in the Sacramento era to find guys that have been here for so long. I mean, here's a crazy question. Like, I mean, this is gonna make fans cringe, but Jason Thompson, right? Like, all the games he started, he had been here for such a long time. Like, if you go through a lot of the records, like, he's kind of in the conversation for like rebounds and games played and things like that. So, yeah, I mean, I could see it. I mean, it would be I think much like Jason Thompson, I think people would cringe at Harrison Barnes being in it, but that just kind of shows you how the Sacramento history of the Kings have been in the 40 years of time in the capital city.
Yeah, Sean, I wanted to do the top 100, and Drapes and Jay kind of shook their heads and said, I don't think we can do 100.
I'm not going to be debating whether Jamias Ramsey should be 99 or 98, Sean. I mean, that's I don't want to get to that point. Corey Joseph, is he number 100 or 101? Does he make the list? Nah, I don't want to get to that point.
Here comes Mike Poplawski. Right. Where's Heath Ball? That'll be a good one.
Right. You posted some more interesting scheduling tidbits today, and Kings fans, being Kings fans, we get upset about perceived injustices. So the Kings are going to play 5 of the first 7 on the road and 6 of their last 9 on the road as well, right, Sean?
Yeah, that's right. And I think to have a start and finish like that, I almost feel like, there's people who think that the schedule makers hate them, but I also feel like it's, well, you made the playoffs 2 years ago, you snapped the streak, you have a similar record, and you almost make the playoffs last year. You're in the the play-in tournament, or the play-in tournament, and trying to make a push. So yeah, kind of earn it a little bit. And I think having a schedule like that, also with just a handful of national TV games, 7 if you count the NBA TV broadcast, which a lot of people don't like to do, but going from 22 national broadcasts to 7 is a little bit of like, make yourself earn it again, make yourself be part of the conversation. DeMar DeRozan, obviously that's going to bring a lot of attention, and I like to always point out that those national TV games, they're not set in stone. You can kind of earn your way back. You had some taken away last. You can kind of earn your way into the conversation. And I kind of like the fact for the Kings that they don't have any until after the turn of the calendar year. So there's some opportunity to be had. And I think if they get off to a hot start with that schedule to begin with so many road games, I mean, things could go well for them.
Sean Cunningham joining the drive, guys. Sean, I'm going to assume you have the schedule. And I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong, but I'm going to assume you do. Why are you just giving us bits and pieces, big fella? Why don't you create a fake Twitter handle or something like that and just give us the whole meal? Well, you're giving us side dishes right now, appetizers.
Yeah, well, I can say now because I did obtain the schedule today. I didn't have the schedule prior today, so I did have a lot of stuff being sent my way, which was great. But there's also a level of realizing that things are subject to change. with the schedule. So there's things that I want to make sure that I don't get wrong journalistically, and make sure you're kind of checking a lot of boxes throughout the process. But yeah, I feel really good about it. That's why there's still coming from sources, and try to do as much due diligence as I can on that with the journalistic side of things. But yeah, I mean, there's every year we kind of go through some of these things, and yeah, I don't want to necessarily throw it all out there and then have some maybe inaccuracies once the schedule day comes. But I try to make sure the stuff I'm most confident about. And I mean, shoot, I got beat on a couple things. I'll take you behind the scenes a little bit, and I didn't want to do what I did today, which is shotgun a few things. I kind of wanted to put one in all kind of one post, but that's okay. I think it's still fun for the fans to be able to try to make kind of mark their calendars, make little situations if they have to travel, or if they want to go see somebody on the road, and obviously those special moments like Harrison Barnes, DeMar DeRozan, and I still think it's special when guys like Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield come back, and we'll know when those would take place.
Sean, follow up for you. Does it piss you off or bother you if somebody else puts it out first or leaks something first, or is there a competitive nature with schedule release?
Not necessarily with the schedule. With other stuff, for absolutely.
Right,
I mean, the schedule is such a, it's not one of the things I get overly competitive about. Maybe earlier in my career, because you really try to notch your belt with a lot of things that you're able to accomplish in the industry. But when it comes to the schedule, I mean, not so much. I mean, I think with other moves and something like today, I had a very small, it's a small story in the grand scheme of things, but knowing I covered a guy like Skal Labissiere when he was here in Sacramento, and just the path that he has, and for people who may not have seen the report, to know that he's back in the organization, having an Exhibit 10 contract, which will afford him the opportunity to hopefully make some noise, but he'll certainly be back with the Stockton Kings, which he did last year. And if anyone's followed his career, it's a really a crazy tale of up and down, and his connection to, I mean, this is a guy who was in the Haiti earthquake and grew up in Memphis, and acquired, who was for the first 3 years of anyone knowing who he was, people thought he'd be a number 1 pick in the draft, and he falls to, I think it was 28th, Phoenix by way of trade, ends up in Sacramento. So just a long-winded way of saying I get more competitive with stuff like that, even if it's a smaller move, because somebody I covered and somebody that meant something to this organization at one point, who people thought had some promise, and to see what he did last year and go to not only be in the G League and kind of resurrect his career again, but he made it to what's known as really the up next game. That's like the G League All-Star game. They get to feature themselves in All-Star weekend, and he got to play in that game. So I love stories like that, man. They're so great. And if I had gotten beat on that one, I would have been more upset.
Sean Cunningham with us from Fox 40. I remember when he was a rookie, when Skal was a rookie, their other rookie was Malachi Richardson, and I was trying to make Skal and Mal a thing. The team wasn't playing well. It's time to play Skal and Mal, and it turned out it really wasn't. Right. But to what extent, Sean, are the Kings looking to fortify the front court at some point this season? Are they looking at the guys that we all think they should be looking at?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that was the thing we've all talked about ad nauseum, was length and athleticism and physicality, and having a bruiser, or kind of a guy who can give Domantas Sabonis some help. But however they end up getting there, I mean, I think they look at it as never a finished product, and you have opportunity to do so. But when I think landing a talented player like DeMar DeRozan might change a few things, but it in the calculus of how it gets built, and certainly the recipe. But I think there's still opportunity to do so. I think it's going to be tougher to do as training camp nears. But if you remember, and not that these were big moves at the time, but watching them last year sign, they can go up to 21 roster players for training camp, and watching them sign initially a Nerlens Noel, and then, Neemias Queta, and then late in the game, they add JaVale McGee, and then have to depart those two. Just interesting to see how that ends up happening. And obviously we've got the Orlando Robinson signing just the other day that became official, and he obviously brings a much needed presence, and that might be someone who can vie for the backup role and compete with Alex Len, and even Alex Len, who might be second on that depth chart. Well, we know Alex Len doesn't play every game, right? So I think there's some intrigue there. I think there's some opportunity for some guys. We don't know what Jaden McDaniel's situation totally looks like, coming off a really awful year. So I think there's some a lot of intrigue and promise and some question marks, but can they go out there and find a veteran presence of fortify their some size? I think that's still sorely needed on this team, and maybe they enter the season with that still being a question mark, with hopes of crossing that off the list later on in the season.
Hey, Sean, what's the biggest question mark you think going into this? Or should I say, who is the biggest question mark on this team?
Oh, man. I've been asking myself that a lot, to be honest with you, Kyle. I'm glad you asked that question, because it makes me feel like I'm not losing my mind here in August and trying to ask
right.
Because I can see how a lot of people would say Keegan Murray, and I can see how people would say the addition of DeMar DeRozan and how that fits with a guy who is almost equally criticized throughout the league in Domantas Sabonis, and just him being a, maybe your second or third best player, and how this all fits. To me, I think it kind of comes down more to Keegan Murray, because whether the Kings try to change the way they play, at least what DeMar DeRozan's about. He's had this evolution of his game where he's become a playmaker. He's been able to kind of become more of a corner 3 threat for a guy who's been an elite mid-range player. But the guy, to me, that is still the question mark, and because his game is still evolving, you don't quite know yet what happens with Keegan Murray, and you don't know how the addition of DeMar DeRozan either helps or hurts his opportunity on the offensive end. So that, to me, I think might be the biggest question mark to me, just because, at 35 years old, we're going to know what DeMar DeRozan is. I'm just wondering if DeMar DeRozan needs to be a different type of player than what we've seen in the past few years. I just know they're going to be a fun fourth quarter team, though. I mean, you got guys that are willing, like him and Fox, and let's not forget Malik Monk, who, kind of rises to the occasion. Those three dudes in the fourth quarter, to me, just if they're on your team, at least you don't have to be looking around at who's taking a shot.
Yeah. Hey, Sean, we'll wrap it up right where we started. As I mentioned, Kings about to play their 40th season, so we're gonna have some fun here in the days to come, picking the top 40 Kings. Could you just give us a nominee? And I know, like you said, you haven't said Aaron and listed it or anything, but somebody maybe a little bit off the beaten path. Obviously there's Webb, there's Mitch. Can you give us a nominee that for the Kings top 40 of all time that maybe we wouldn't think about top of mind?
Ooh, in the top, Ron Artest.
Okay.
Nice. Ron Artest, yeah. I think to me, he's top 5.
Dang! Wow.
Yeah, in the Sacramento era, and I'm doing that pretty knee jerk, but I think
sure.
To me, he just the talent alone, what he meant, how he came into, Sacramento is dwindling. He comes in, he's like, we're making the playoffs. I looked at him as if I always looked at him if he had 3 heads on his shoulders. I mean, the guy was, he was, and people probably don't understand this when I say this. Ron Artest, especially at the time that he came to the Kings, was like the most normal athlete or even celebrity I probably ever met in my life at the time, because
very down to earth, huh?
You would never have guessed that Ron Artest would be a guy who worked at Circuit City, who really wanted to do that. And it was just like, no, he loves ball, but he's so normal for a guy who's got a screw loose. Like he was just incredible. And then they go out and make the playoffs, and him, Bonzi Wells together were just so much fun. So to me, I would throw him in there. I mean, I think the 1 through 4 and 5 is probably pretty easy for most people, but I think I'd probably have him in my top 5.
Wow, how about that, Sean?
Can I ask a question before I go? Because Kyle, you had me thinking, man. I got to ask both of you. What are your question marks? Because if I went Keegan Murray, and obviously speaking out of both sides of my mouth, I keep leaning back to what DeRozan can be and what this team looks like. Who did you guys identify?
To me, I think how Malik is going to be able to adapt, I should say, to having DeMar on the floor. I think that's an open question. I'm more concerned with the front court, but I think how Malik how he's going to make those adjustments to having DeMar on the road. To me, that's a big question.
Yeah, and I'd probably throw in Kevin Huerter, because I don't know what we're going to get from him this upcoming season. Is he going to be here? Could he quite possibly be a starter at the 2? Is he going to be a rotation player? I think his role is so unknown right now. I think he's a big piece of trying to put together this Kings puzzle.
Totally. Yeah, it just shows, Mike Brown and that front office have a lot of question marks. There's one. Maybe you can identify one that might be king of the hill, and maybe that's it. But there's several for sure.
Thank you, Sean. We appreciate it very much.
You got it, guys. Anytime.
All right,
Yeah,
Sean.
Make sure you watch him on Fox 40. Follow him on Twitter for all your Kings updates. When we come back, we continue with your help to rank the top 40 Kings of all time. Run our test top 5 next. Sactown Sports.
With only 3 homestands left, the Sacramento Rivercats season is nearing the end. Make your plans to head to the ballpark this week while the Rivercats are in town. Join us on Friday, August 16th for the Mount Core 4 statue giveaway as we celebrate the San Francisco Giants bullpen legacy of Jeremy Affeldt, Santiago Casilla, Javier Lopez, and Sergio Romo. Be one of the first 2,500 fans through the gates to secure this item. For a complete promotions calendar and to purchase your tickets, visit rivercats.com.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Thanks to Sean Cunningham for joining us. You know, Sean, I remember when Sean was a producer on this station years and years ago, and he's really having an impact on the basketball fans around here. We appreciate his time, appreciate your being with us. And here we are just having a nice conversation about, the Kings, who's the top 40 Kings. You know, we had some fun yesterday, I thought, talking about Cousins. And then Sean Cunningham just drops a bombshell right in the middle of the show. Ron Artest, a top 5 all-time Sacramento King. Woo!
And it's his, you know, he has his opinion.
Right.
I can venture to say he won't be top 5 on our list and our panel's list.
Is this going to hurt Sean's chances of being a member of our panel?
Yeah, we might. I mean, if he's throwing out Ron Artest, and no offense, but 3 years? Like, we got to have this guy Domas on there.
So you'd have a hard time finding anyone with more qualifications to be on the panel
than Sean. Oh yeah, he's been around, and
I don't know, Jay. That's I mean, we want a little bit of that too, don't we? Somebody
You
outside
need
the box.
a little nostalgia.
Yeah.
Someone who's been around a team for a couple of decades.
Yeah.
Are you guys like? Are you trying to X Sean off because he put our tested or Meta in a top 5?
No, but I think we need to ask the question. But I like I said, I like that somebody that can come up with what about this guy as a top 5?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you polled a bunch of people, like all of Kings Nation, he might be the only one to say top 5. Now, if you want to say top 10, okay, you can make the argument. But top 5?
Mm-hmm. Somebody was asking the question on the chat. Is this just Sacramento, or does it take into account Cincinnati and Kansas City? We're just talking about Sacramento
Just
because
Sacramento.
it's 40.
Yeah.
This will be the 40th year of Sacramento Kings basketball. So just what they've done as a
Sacramento.
Yes. Sacramento King. And that's one of the reasons
Sacramento.
why I would say I don't know if Artest is top 5 just because he wasn't here that long, but he definitely had an impact.
No, he definitely had an impact. You know, another guy I can throw out there is Kevin Martin.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
he's
Kevin
in there.
Martin. Is he a top 10, top 15
He might be.
guy?
He
He
might
might be. He might be, Jay. That's what I'm saying. And so we got to get with the panel.
Right.
And really hammer this out.
Yeah.
You know?
We'd love if you have any suggestions. We're just taking the nominations now. This is the fun part because, we don't have to sit there and decide he's out, he's in. But just if you have anybody, one of your favorite players or just somebody you admired as a King. Some are really obvious, we know, like, Chris Webber. But anybody a little bit off the beaten path that you want to nominate, give us a call or shoot us a text or whatever you want to do.
Fellas, real quick, are we on the panel? And I know we're putting this together, by the minute, by the second at this point. How many listeners are we including in this panel? Is it 1 or do we put 2?
I hadn't thought of that. I was thinking we have just all of the input from all of the listeners.
Right.
We kind of include that as something that we take to the members of the panel because it'd be unfair to just pick 1 or 2 listeners. I don't know.
It might be one representative.
Yeah, you have one rep. Yeah.
Or somebody like that. Somebody, you come up with the list, and it's sort of like NBA All-Star voting, fan vote.
Yeah.
He comes up with his list. All right, he has his percentage that he can make part of it.
I like that, Jay. That's a great idea. I don't know how we select that one person, but
right. Who's a
rep?
To me,
if I wanted to be on the panel, I wouldn't have Artest in my top 5.
right.
You gotta be knowledgeable.
What about sign guy and sign lady?
Yeah. That's a good one.
Yeah.
It got to be somebody that's
Seen it all.
seen it
around.
all. Exactly. Maybe we put that out there. Want to be a part of this panel?
Yeah.
Show us your credentials.
But
Give me
maybe
your resume.
A sign lady and sign man, they're dignitaries though, right? I want to say they're above fans because we're all fans, but aren't they a little more established?
Yeah, definitely. They're like King's ambassadors.
Yeah.
Would like their opinion on it, but yeah.
I hadn't even thought about that, Drapes.
Yes.
We might have to reach out to the family.
Yeah, we may have to. Like
What about
like
your
you said.
partner?
Who, Katie?
Yeah. Would she at least maybe?
She didn't even return my text today.
You gotta get out of here.
She didn't even return. Let me check my phone. I texted her, hey, hope you and the kids are doing well. Everything good? This was at 1:21. Crickets.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Get another call.
The level of disrespect, man. I just don't get it, man. What's so frustrating about that, fellas? This is bad, and I probably shouldn't tell this story, but it's so frustrating. I looked and she had put something on Instagram about her kids like an hour after I texted her. So she's been on her phone and ain't hit your boy back.
It's not the same thing, Drapes. You know that.
I don't know, man. It's still sitting on not read, just delivered. You know what I mean? Delivered. Yeah, that's a little disrespectful. That's disrespectful.
I like how we're putting together some of these panels, and by all means,
I like the way you change the subject.
I know,
real quick,
because it's making me look bad right
Very
now, big
skillfully.
fella. It's making me look bad.
Well, we have a history of Drapes not getting text messages and phone calls back, so it's nothing new.
I know it's been about 3 or 4 today because I'm in a good mood.
Okay,
so I'm reaching out to people like, "Yo, what's up?
Nice.
You good?
That's nice.
How's life? Crickets.
Nothing
man.
from no one.
No, I got
a couple back, right? Okay.
My boy Rodas, who's the game producer, he hit me back. Who else did I texted some other people and
personal folks.
Justin Hathaway at
NBC.
Nothing back, crickets. I'm just like, damn.
Let me adjust. Justin is one of the most helpful people.
No,
when
he's
it comes
great.
to he's a good dude. NBC Sports down in
it's
Bay
like,
Area in California.
I'm trying to be proactive. You know what I mean? Like, because that's an issue. That's a problem I have. It's like I used to always say, people don't need to hear from me. They know how I feel about them. They know it's all love. Like, and when we link up again, it's love. But then, my wife's like, dude, you should be more proactive. I got people in my life right now telling me, no, Kyle, you got to show.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
And so, it's something I struggle with.
Gerald Wallace getting a mention here.
Our boy Gerald Wallace.
Tino Mobley.
My boy Cap Mobley. Amon Shumpert.
Wasn't here long enough.
I'm talking about impact.
He did have an impact.
Yeah.
He did.
Only doing 40.
I think we got to do 50.
We got to do 50.
I think we have to do 50, White.
I think there should be some reason, whatever the number is. Like, that's why I want to do 100 because they just had 100 seasons. 40, they just have 40 seasons. I'll do as many as you want. 50. If you want to do 50, we'll do 50. You want to do 50?
I think 50 is a good
because
number.
40's tough, though. Don't you think 40 would kind of crank? There's going to be some good
might
folks
be 41.
out.
Yeah. It's like,
but
damn.
you know that
Spud Webb right now.
Ooh, Spud Webb.
And we're a year ahead of it because, next year everything's going to be top 40 for the Kings.
Yeah.
Now, get out ahead of that a little bit. But
40's tough. Why are you putting the pressure? There's we have personal relationships with some of these guys.
Scott Pollard getting a mention.
Okay. All
right. That 2000, the whole 2000 team is going to be, Team Cleveland is going to be in there.
John Barry, Garrett Temple.
Oh, my
Tate
gosh.
Thompson.
This is crazy.
Brad Miller's definitely in.
Brad got to be in there. Yeah, he got to be in there. Eddie Johnson, Mike Woodson.
Oof.
Yes, and Reggie Theus and that Otis Thorpe. That whole bunch.
L Train?
No,
it depends on how far we're going.
All right.
He was, to be honest, never quite lived up to what they were hoping he was going to be, but that team was not very good.
Yeah. L Train, Lionel Simmons.
I actually think we could
think you get to 100
because here's what I'm thinking. You have 40 seasons, right? You're coming up on 40, but round it out 40 seasons. You take the top 4 of each year. I know there's some duplication, but top 4 of each year is 160.
Yeah.
So you have with the duplication, is there 60 guys in there? I think you could do 100.
Man, 100. So
let me think about it.
Yeah, and it would be towards the end. They wouldn't all be all-stars or anything, but that's Sacramento fans have always had a real special place for anybody who wears the uniform at all.
Number 100 right now. Who you got? Just throw out a name right now. Number 100. If you're doing the math of what you just said,
Yogi Ferrell.
Yogi Ferrell.
I was going to go Funderburg.
Lawrence Funderburg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about this? We do
Who,
100.
by the way, used to get his food at the hotel. He would go down to the kitchen to pick it up.
No room service fee.
Oh, he didn't have the tip. Oh,
was it the room service fee or was it the tip?
I guess
we got to get Lawrence on. Don't talk about Funderburg.
Yeah. Well, he was
He's
an
a friend of this
economics
show.
major, so that's that's good economics.
Funderburg does great things for the youth right now too.
Oh, does he?
Yeah,
Where's
we
he
got
at?
to get.
Where's
He's
he at now?
Ohio. He's
Oh,
Ohio.
He went back to Ohio. Okay,
yeah. We got to get him on.
I ended up with his seats one time for my wife's birthday, so I sat.
Look at you.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
So I mean, I'm not making fun of my number 100 without thinking about it. Lawrence Funderburg.
What's is a big thing? Top 100 in any organization.
Yeah, I think so.
That's true. How about you do 100, but only release top 75 or top 50, or you know what I mean? We do the research on the top 100, and then be like, do we really want to include, Yogi Ferrell or whoever it may be?
See, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with doing the full. If you're on the list, it's interesting. I mentioned this today on the crossover, and our guy Chris Watkins was like down on J. Will. He's not a J. Will guy.
Man, Chris Watkins wasn't alive when J. Will was playing. You got the youth, man. I'll tell you what. The youth, you can't trust Chris Watkins' opinion, man.
Is J. Will a top 15 King?
Yes.
15?
Easily.
15?
Easily?
See, that's why we got to do the list right there.
All right.
This is a good conversation.
Because of he was a really good player, and I know Chris was looking at some of the numbers, which I know they're not always
right. Can't look at it. Yeah, it's not
but you
just
look at the
about
impact
numbers.
and the way he helped put Sacramento on the map. To me, he's easily top 15. But it's so hard because it's kind of like with the schedule coming out. It's hard to take one guy and say, where is he in your top 40? 22.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know who else is on there.
Here's the thing, though. Is 3 years enough to be a top 15 Sacramento King?
Yes, to me, he is because of how much things changed immediately upon his arrival. And it wasn't all just him, but he had a big role in not only
There's
making
another
them a
guy that
better
came
team,
too at the
but
same time.
drawing
now.
attention and kind of
excitement.
and kind of legitimizing the organization nationally.
Top 15 might be a little high.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's top 15. That's disrespectful to the Reggie Theus's of the world, the Wayman Tisdales of the world.
Wayman would be the guy I would nominate, by the way, just if we were going to throw out names. I know he's definitely in their top 40, whatever, but Wayman would be my guy I'd nominate today, my official nomination to the
equipment. Oh, yeah, he definitely
Wayman
would
Tisdale.
be. Yes. Wayman Tisdale is a top 50 or whatever it is.
He was going to do something on a radio show I was on once, so we called him up. I think he had a camp or something. So he calls in. It's like, hey, the producer says, we're on the air right now. Go to a commercial, and we take a break. We'll get you back on. He's like, okay. So he hangs up, and then we go to commercial, and we call him up. Hey, and his brother answers. I think he's in Oklahoma. His brother answers. Weldon, I think. He's like, yeah. Hey, can we talk to Wayman? He's not here. No, he is there. He just called us. He goes, okay, hold on a second. And he was gone forever. No, he's not here. No, he is there. And we finally got him on.
You did get him on eventually?
I got the impression he had a very large place.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised about that. Wouldn't be surprised about that.
Good guy.
Yeah, Wayman Tisdale. How about, I'm just looking at some of the, damn.
Where's Walt Wizard? The Wizard. Walt Williams.
He had.
Walt Williams with his socks. Uh-huh.
Yeah, top 40, 50 guy?
Yeah.
But I don't know.
I was a big fan of his.
He started off strong, and then it's almost like L Train a little bit, Looked
it was
good the
interesting
first
when
few years.
Jay brought him on because he talked about how good he was, and you could say he probably had the ability to be a better player than he was in the NBA. He had all the ability, and he was a good player, but he could have been a really good player.
Yeah. It's interesting, fellas. I'm looking at the Sacramento Kings basketball reference page, and it includes, Kansas City and all, the whole gambit, if you will. I'm looking at their all-time scorers. Eddie Johnson is number 10 with only 9,000 points. I need to look at other franchises and see. I feel like people come to Sacramento and don't stay long. Like nobody has a 10, 12, 15-year career in Sacramento. We've had a lot of guys come in 3-4 years, and I just feel like maybe, Jason Williams, Ron Artest, all these guys we're talking about, they didn't have the longevity here, but because it's Sacramento, we got to include them. Like it.
Yeah.
We didn't have a lot of 10, 15-year veterans.
Somebody on the text line says 3 years should be like a standard, you have to be here 3 years. I don't know. Brian Grant gets a mention from Kings fan.
Ooh, that's a good name.
Forgot about him. How come no one's mentioned Bibby yet? Well, it's so obvious. That's why we haven't mentioned it.
Right.
Harrison Barnes is in the top 30, says Amadrock. Does Vlade break the top 20? Kings fan Dan asks. You had him in your top 5, right? To me,
Who?
Vlade? Definitely top 20.
Yeah, spitballing it yesterday. Yep. I had him in my top 5. I think that those early 2000s teams, they get the benefit. They get an extra. You can't just look at the stats, with those guys. You got to look at the impact, the love affair with the city, the golden era of Sacramento. It's sort of like, when you look at the Celtics, all those retired jerseys from the late 50s and 60s, they weren't all great, players, but they made the Hall of Fame. They won a lot, For Sacramento, that was our era right there.
LB and LV says John Salmons.
He had a couple solid ones.
Jeff Petrie.
Come on now.
Oh, man.
He loved his John Salmons.
I got a name.
Yeah.
How about Matt Barnes?
Ooh.
Depends how many we're going. He's definitely on that list somewhere. Top 40? Top
I don't think top 40.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Top 40? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, with your issues getting people to return your text, somebody says Drapes needs one of those AI programs for lonely people to chat with.
I really do, man, because I'm a texter again, because this is bothering me. I'm going to say, hello, are you there? No, I'm going to just send some question marks and see what's up, man. She's going to be mad at me, but oh well.
We got to get her on our panel.
Like, seriously, that's why I'm at. That's why I'm texting. It's something I might want, and I need to.
We got to decide the panel. We got to decide the ramifications, like, the stipulations of being on here.
I think to me, it's just who's the best player.
Just the best. Okay.
Yeah.
Just who did the most for the squad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hito getting a mention here. No question. Hito. Phenomenal. Hito was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Top 40? If we're doing more than 40, but if you're saying 40.
Top of my head, I'd say, top 40.
Oh, we see that's we got to sit it out. We got to sit down and really look at it. Because I think we got 60 players in our top 40 right now. Mm-hmm. Somebody's going to be left out. Is he ahead of Harrison Barnes?
Yes. No question.
Wow. That's I gotta do my research.
Yeah, I gotta look at
my
statistics. Yeah, I'm with you.
Now I have to admit, I'm thinking also what he did with Orlando, which should not be part of it.
Yeah, take that away now.
Taking all of that. Taking all of that out. Yep.
Hito was a big part of some great teams here.
How many years did Hito put in? Because I'm not 100% sure. I don't want to speak out.
I got it right here. I'm pulling it up right now, Jay.
Really?
Hito, Turkoglu,
2.5.
1, 2, 3,
I was gonna say
4.
Yeah.
4 seasons. He was.
What's the give me the points?
5.3.
Okay.
10.1.
Okay.
6.7. 9.2. Oh no! Excuse me. He was only here 3 years. I saw the San Antonio and it blended in with the Sac. So 3 years. 1 year of double figures in points.
Yeah, well, he's coming off the bench.
What about rebounds?
He wasn't really a big rebounder.
2.8, 4.5, 2.8.
So you're gonna.
I might say no on Hito. Bobby Jackson, yes, right? Bobby Jackson, 100%. Okay.
Easily top 20.
Yeah. Yep.
Easily.
Yep.
Might be higher, depending on once you really start to kind of, put your list together.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this is great, man. This is a tough list right here.
Yeah. It's tough to make this squad. Then we'll have something for each of the members of the team. I don't know.
Amerdrock says Rudy Gay. Rudy Gay got to be on there, right?
How many we going?
Yeah, that's what I say. To be 40?
Who's Rudy
Man, he had a couple years injured here, though.
Rudy Gay, though.
Yeah, there were a lot of guys who were on teams that were a lot better than the teams he was on.
Yeah. I mean, if we're got to include winning, like I was talking about early 2000s, then.
Ooh, this is going to be interesting.
Yes. And we're just getting warmed up. When we come back, I bet this guy, being from Stockton, probably has some thoughts on the Kings as well, but we'll talk to him about the NFL because he's the former NFL VP of officiating, making a big-time comeback, and we're definitely in his corner. Mike Pereira joins us next on Sactown Sports.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. About 6 months ago, I got my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV, and it's the best car driving experience I've ever had. And I'm here to tell you Mercedes-Benz of Stockton not only has cars and SUVs, they also have Sprinter vans. That's right. So if you're a company looking for a new fleet of vehicles, check out my friends at Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. And Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans will haul anything you put in them, and your crew members will love driving them. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton right now. They have special rates starting at 4.9% APR and an $8,000 discount on over 30 vans in stock. Mercedes-Benz Sprinter vans. They are ready to customize for any use. So head on down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton today, just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbofstockton.com. That's mbofstockton.com. Tell them your boy Drape sent you.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints up the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Seems as though casual players are always trying to balance the desire to hit the golf ball farther with shooting lower scores. Whether you hit a 270-yard drive or miss a 12-inch putt, they both count a stroke on your scorecard. Some of us will never hit the ball 270 yards, and trying normally leaves us well short and well right of the target. Seems as though improving our putting might be an easier way to shoot better scores. Putting is about confidence. It's about feeling the greens, seeing the line, visualizing the ball going in the hole, and making a confident stroke. Harvey Penick says, never, repeat, never allow yourself to think about what's riding on the putt, whether it's a major championship or just a 50-cent wager. Hit the putt as you've hit 10,000 putts in the past. Concentrate on imitating your final practice stroke, not on what will happen if you either miss it or make it. A positive mind will cure a lot of ills. Think about it. Really, think about it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
To get people excited about Boost Mobile's new nationwide 5G network, we're offering unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 a month.
Forever.
Even if you have a baby.
Even if your baby has a baby.
Even if you grow old and wrinkly and you start repeating yourself.
Even if you start repeating yourself.
Even if you're on your deathbed and you need to make one last call.
Or text.
Right, or text. The long-lost son you abandoned at birth.
You'll still get unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month with Boost Mobile. Forever.
After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Unlimited plan.
Forever.
This is the famous footwear that makes us actually want to go back to school. With the newest styles from all your favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. You'll find everything kids want, all at prices parents can appreciate. Because you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Famous Footwear even has fit experts in store to make sure you get the right size every time. So, for the perfect fit, make it famous. Plus, right now, buy one, get one half off when you shop your local Famous Footwear or famous.com. Some exclusions apply.
Where do you go when you need someone to represent you? For me, you want someone that is local and that you can actually get to and talk with. There are plenty of big branded lawyers out there with the name, but you never get to talk to them. So go to saclegaldefense.com and connect with the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez. He's local, he'll represent you, and he'll have your back. Whether it's expungements, wrongful termination, when you're in a spot when you need legal help, call the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at 916-304-9187.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, the future has been on display down in Stockton, the A's affiliate in the California League. Beginning on the 10th of August, the top 4 hitters taken by the A's in this year's draft have been in the lineup. Nick Kurtz, Tommy White, Joshua Kuroda-Grauer, and Rodney Green, the outfielder from Cal. In that game, those guys combined for 10 hits, and Kurtz hit a home run.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Sacramento Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram off Business 80 next to Hagen Oaks or online sacsuperstore.com. Big inventory and the right deal. Experience it for yourself and see why their customers drive away smiling. It's the Sac Superstore difference.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town.
What was I thinking? I'm getting drunk.
Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Public Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports. On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app. Only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Got a very special guest joining us now. It's Drive Guys, of course. Thanks for being with us. Former NFL VP of officiating. Back at it this year, NFL on Fox rules analyst, Mikey Rulebook. Mike Pereira with us. Mike, it's so great to have you back on Sactown Sports. How are you, sir?
You know, I'm well. I really am. I mean, I had to take a year off, of course, since I had major back surgery last year, but I'm on the mend. I can walk a couple of miles a day. I can't tie my damn shoes, but I can at least walk. Can't even put on my socks. I have to have a little helper thing to slide it over the toes and then pull them up. But I am so much better, and I'm fully back to work, which was one of my goals, was to get back to work.
Yeah, Mike is coming back from 8.5 hour back procedure, and Mike, we're thrilled that you're back to work, and we're more thrilled that you're feeling better. And I got to ask you, as you were recuperating, how often did you sit there and think about, Whitey and Drapes on 11:40 and think, gee, I got to get back on with those guys?
Well, I actually thought, I wonder if they're going to call. I wonder if they're going to call and say, now, what did you see on TV that you wouldn't have seen if you were in the broadcast booth? I mean, can you tell us why the Niners did this? Because now you're a fan. You're not even working. But no, I figured you were just being nice. You were just waiting till I felt a little better.
Yeah. And by the way, let me also add this. Mike's book, After Further Review, it's a great book. It's an excellent read, so I want to recommend that as well. Mike, let's start with how optimistic do you think the league should be that this is going to accomplish what they hope it'll accomplish?
Well, I'm optimistic that they're going to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish. I'm not so sure I can accept the name dynamic. I don't. Why do we have to have a dynamic kickoff? Are we going to have now, they're going to make a punt play, and it's going to be the preposterous punt review. Yeah. I don't get that. But I think that, I'm happy that they finally decided that either get rid of the kickoff totally and put the ball at the 25-yard line, or come up with something that will have the number of returns increase from 1 out of 5 to maybe 3 out of 5. Mm-hmm. I think they were hoping to get 2 out of 5. What did we see in week 1 of preseason? We saw 4 out of 5. Now, is that an indication? Will that be what we see when the actual regular season starts? I don't think so. I think there's going to be teams that get burnt by a long return. They're going to say, the hell with this. Let's kick it in the end zone and give them the ball at the 30. It's only 5 yards different from last year. But I do think that we'll see more. I do think it's a really good aspect of the game that has been missing. It looks funky, but to me, after 2 weeks, nobody's going to care how it looks. It'll be kind of work its way, into the game itself and just seem normal at some point. So I think it's going to work, but I just don't know how many we're going to have and what tactics teams might use. But I really do think it's here to stay.
Maybe instead of the dynamic kickoff rule, they should call it the kickoff rule of mystery, right? Because we just don't know, Mike.
Just call it a damn kickoff, for God's sake. We as media people, do we have to call it a dynamic kickoff? We got to call Twitter X now. Do we got to call? Oh yeah, well, we're going to have a dynamic kickoff here. Okay, gee, many Christmas.
Mike, what's some of the biggest changes you've seen in officiating football, over the years? Is it the proliferation of the pass? Is it, the speed of the athletes? What are some of the biggest differences you've seen over the years?
Well, I mean, I think, look, if the game gets faster, the players get bigger and the game gets faster, which seems like that's impossible. How can these 325-pounders be fast? But they are. I remember coming out of college, when I was refereeing college football, you probably had one or two guys that were quick. Now you got 22 in the NFL. So the game has gotten faster. The game has gotten more difficult to officiate. But to me, clearly, the biggest thing is technology and what technology has brought to the game. I don't know if it's good. I really don't. I mean, I asked the question, and I've said this before. I've said it in speeches, which doesn't make my comrades very happy necessarily. But if you ask me whether officiating was better now than it was 15 years ago, 20 years ago, I'd say probably not. And I think it's the technology that has created that. Yes, you're getting more things right, which ultimately they want to do, but it's caused people to be a little more hesitant on the field. It's caused them to be a little more reliant on technology. And I don't think it's a good thing. I mean, I'm an old guy that loves tradition. And I think the game should be played on the field. It should be coached on the field and should be officiated on the field. And I'm just not sure that technology and replay have accomplished what it wanted to. And what they wanted to was just to correct a big mistake, the big game-changing mistakes. Now we're looking at 5-yard sideline passes, and is the ball moving? Is it not moving? Did the player have it long enough or not long enough on a catch or incomplete pass? Technology puts its head in, and when it rears its ugly head, it's kind of impossible to get it out. And that's kind of the change that I've seen.
Mike Pereira with us, and he's back on Fox this year, NFL rules analyst, and of course he's the pride of Stockton. When you talk to basketball officials, they'll typically say, hey, charge or block is the most difficult call in basketball. I've asked baseball umpires what's the most difficult call in baseball, and I've had an umpire tell me, what's the check swing? Because there's not actually a rule for it. I'm just wondering, football-wise, Mike, what would you say is the most difficult? I know it's more specialized officiating in football, but what's the most difficult call for a football official?
To me, it's clearly pass interference. I mean, everything's on the move. You're on the move as the official. The receiver's on the move. The defender's on the move. The ball is in the air. Everything's in motion, and you have to make this decision. It's a subjective decision, and it's really difficult. I mean, that was my position. And when you're on the move and bouncing around a little bit, trying to decide whether it's a foul or not, it's enormously difficult. And then I think it's made 10 times more difficult by being a spot foul. So a 40 yards downfield, and you get a call that is made, and it's a 40-yard chunk of yardage for the offense. And I would sit in my office in New York reviewing all the games, and you'd look and you'd say, oh my God, a pass interference call 40 yards away, and they were wrong. So you get a 40-yard mistake, and it's hard to overcome those. And, I'm the advocate of the college rule, always have been. You kick a guy in the teeth and it's 15 yards. You pull his jersey and it might be 50. And it just, to me, you put another level of pressure on that official that has to make that call, because he knows. I mean, he knows that it's a spot foul. That a Hail Mary at the end of a game, and in the end zone, it's a 50-yard pass. Do you call it? Do you not? When the ball ends up going to the one, it's just, to me, that's one that I think, as we did in the spring league, I think it's a better game. I don't think that a team should get a chunk of yards, and I used to fight for that. And they tell me, the competition committee would tell me, they go, you'll take away the deep vertical passing game. And I said, no, you won't. And they said, yes, you will. They'll tackle a guy. And I say, Do you watch college football on Saturdays? Good college football on Saturday? If they're close enough to commit pass interference, they're trying to make a play. They're not. Mm-hmm. And then I even said, look, I'll give you, which I did in the UFL this year, I'll give you this, that if they just reach out and tackle the guy, like on a double move or something like that, then we'll create that as a spot foul. But any other football type of act, defending against a pass, make it a maximum 15-yard penalty. But it ain't going to happen. I wish it would, but it's not going to happen. Most things I recommend don't get
done. Hey, Mike, let's stand along those lines. One of the calls or non-calls that sort of frustrates me is we don't see offensive pass interference as much. I feel like the defenders are severely at a disadvantage out there. Would you agree with that? And how tough is it to call offensive pass interference?
I think they're better now than they were. I mean, back in my day on the field, you just officiated the defense. It was hard because you were looking at guys like Michael Irvin, who was so good at the subtle push. The subtle push that did create the separation. But you just were kind of always focused on the defense. Now they've changed it up. If you look at the numbers, it's much better. But you also have the West Coast style offense with all these crossing routes, where you're picking and, picking a defender. And you just have to be better than that. And they've made that a focus for the last few years. So I think it's better. But again, it's still, and everything it's so much judgment involved. Yeah, you give him a little flipper, but is it enough to create the separation? Did he get the full arms, straight out to get an extended arm? It's just really difficult. And it also, to me, it was really pointed toward the inequity. I mean, offensive pass interference is a 10-yard penalty with no loss of down, and defensive pass interference, is obviously a bunch. So it's hard. But to me, the passing and kicking game are the two most difficult plays in football to officiate. But you're right. I can understand your frustration, and although I will say I think they're getting better.
Mike Pereira is with us. We're thrilled to have Mike on, former NFL VP of officiating, of course, NFL on Fox rules analyst. So, Mike, you say that everything that you suggest, it doesn't happen. What if the commissioner came to you and said, Mike, I heard you on the radio, and look, you're right. You've got some great ideas. I'll give you carte blanche. Any one rule, Mike Pereira, you can change any one rule in the NFL right now. However you want to change it, where would you go?
Well, that's it. I would say, give me this one. Give me the pass interference.
Yes.
Give me that right away. Just give me that one. That's my one. I'll die a happy man, for God's sake. If you give me that one, my back surgery will be worth it. If you give me the pass interference rule, I will feel like I accomplished something in my mission to make the game better.
Mike Pereira joining us. Mike, any new rules or point of emphasis that you know of coming for this upcoming season?
I think it's pretty blah. I mean, the one that raised a lot of conversation was this hip drop tackle. And I get it. I mean, it's similar to what we did with the horse collar tackle back in my day when Roy Williams, he used to just, instead of trying to wrap up, he would reach out with an arm and grab inside the collar of the jersey and pull the player backward. Williams' legs would swing around and trap the legs of the runner, and we had 5 career or season-ending injuries from his own tactic that we didn't see in anybody other than him. And so we brought in the horse collar rule, and this is the same type, a little more complicated, but it's basically wrapping around the waist. You grab around the waist, but you swing your legs around. You kind of unweight yourself is the term they use, and you swing your legs around into the back of the runner, and it does the same thing as the horse collar did. And there were a lot of key injuries in there. So that was a big thing. And everybody said the same thing with the horse collar. Well, how is he going to tackle? How are they going to do? How's the defense going to do this? What can he do? Well, it's all a good point, but everybody over time seems to adjust. Now, we're not going to notice this because they're not going to call it. it's too difficult to call. And so they've been basically told, they being the officials, they've been told, don't call it, let us take care of it. So what does that mean? So that means they see it, they report it to John Runyon, who then issues a $15,000, $20,000 fine or whatever. So they'll use the fine system to address it at this point and really not have it being an officiating issue. I think actually it could have been. I mean, it could have been called on the field if you made it reviewable. I mean, they made other things reviewable. If you call this year, if you call roughing the passer for a hit to the head or neck area of the quarterback, and you see that there was no contact to the head or neck area, replay is going to jump in and reverse it. If you see intentional grounding called and replay sees that the quarterback wasn't under pressure and he has to be under pressure to have intentional grounding, replay is going to jump in and reverse that. So they're starting to put some things in. I call it like the sky judge, like people have talked about for years. They're talking about doing some of the things that we always talked about the sky judge doing, which I think since we've got replay and since we've got the technology, we might as well do it. And I was a bit surprised that they didn't make the hip drop tackle reviewable, but it's not going to be something that we end up talking about watching the games because basically it's going to go uncalled.
Mike Pereira is our guest. I got to tell you, Mike, I understand the importance of player safety, but I cringed a little bit when they outlawed the horse collar because the first time I was ever playing Pop Warner football on the Vallejo Vikings and I was playing linebacker and this guy ran right past me and caught a pass and I was chasing him. And that was the only way I could tackle him. I grabbed the back of his jersey. He went right down. That was the only way to tackle him. But I get it.
It's interesting because so many player safety rules over the last number of years, and it has changed the game. And, Tom Brady has actually come out and said that the game's too soft. And, well, guess who he works for now? He works for us. and guess who's going to be standing next to him during at least half of the regular season games? Me.
How about that?
So I'm going to be waiting for him to say the game's got too soft, and I'm going to fire back and say, we changed all these damn rules to protect you.
Right.
That's why this game has gotten so soft.
Yeah.
But, it is. I think you do all you can for player safety within reason, and I think it's the responsibility of the league to make sure that they do what can be done on college and the high school level to make it safer on all levels. And so I can't really disagree with anything they try to do to make the game safer.
Years ago, you said one of the most amazing things I've ever heard in one of these interviews. And
that worries me.
You were telling us about how the NFL has basically a target total offensive score for each teams. And I just should have thought of that, but it's incredible to think about it, because the NFL is keeping they're monitoring how the games are going and how scoring's going. So my question is, do you think the NFL right now is fairly satisfied with the overall balance between offense and defense in the game right now?
No, I don't. I mean, I think if you look at the trends, they're downward trends when it comes to offense. So when you look at passing yardage and rushing yardage, numbers are down. Scores down. Now, scores down maybe 1.5 points or something like that, but still it's down. And that's usually what the competition committee reacts to. So therefore, a point of emphasis this year, once again, is illegal contact because those numbers went down. And so you look basically at the game and say, okay, let's look at statistics like defensive holding and illegal contact, which are defensive fouls, and are they being called enough? And if they're not, whammo, here comes a point of emphasis. And so I think we'll see a little more of that this year, which may drive the numbers back up to where they'd like to be. But there's no question that they want that points per game to be up in that range of the mid 40s, the 43, 44, 45, and it has snuck down a little bit from there.
Hey, Mike, I looked at what the NBA did this past season, sort of midway through the year, created a more physical game. Have you ever seen in the NFL, something change throughout the year where the league comes in and says, guys, we got to tighten up on this, or we got to officiate this differently midway through the season?
No, I mean, I think that what happens during the season, I think, is the league does a substantial amount of work looking at all 17 crews to see how they are officiating the game. And you look at outliers, you look at the crew that all of a sudden, if you're averaging 14, the 14 fouls per game, and you look at a crew that's averaging 8, then you say, what's the issue here? And you might say to that crew, you might say, okay, where are you now on this? Where are you too light? Are you not calling holding like the other crews are? I mean, that's pretty much it. I think if you do something mid-season, to me, it's never fair. If you change a rule during the mid-season, which I don't think we ever did in my time. We did it once going into the playoffs, and it had to do with the clock. But if you change a rule during the middle of the season, I mean, what happened to the teams that got screwed in the first half of the season this rule? Yeah. Then you're thinking competitive advantage for the second half of the season for those that hadn't been involved in that. So you have to be real careful. But I would say in my time, competition committee is the big driver, but you don't meet with them during the season. I mean, they do on more administrative stuff than rule stuff, so it's not likely to happen, and adjustments are going to be made in the off season, and adjustments are going to be made in the preseason. I mean, there is no question, even though I used to lie through my teeth about this, you'd call a bunch of illegal formation penalties because you tried to get the tackles up on the line of scrimmage. And then, people would say to me, and media would say to me, well, are you going to call it the same way during the season, the regular season? I go, oh, yeah. Well, I had every finger crossed. I had everything. I knew I was never going to survive if we had 10 off illegal formation penalties, but that adjustment is made, and and we'll see how it looks, after the 3 full weeks of the preseason.
Well, Mike, as we said, we're very happy that you're back and very happy that you're feeling better. We'll leave you with this one. Do you think your beloved Giants, can find a way into the postseason after the way they've struggled the last few games?
I can't even. Get that damn runner off of second base to start the 10th inning. It's like we got a dynamic kickoff in the NFL, and we got a ghost runner in baseball. What the hell have we gotten ourselves into? Jesus criminy sake! You get great pitching performances, and it goes to a reliever who's got to come in with a runner on second base and no outs, and they call him a ghost.
Do you know, Mike, under this rule, you could pitch a perfect game and lose?
Yeah, wouldn't that be unbelievable?
Very likely. But you could actually do that under these silly rules that they have now.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of silly rules, I think, in a lot of sports.
Yeah.
You know that there's goaltending in the NFL, right?
Would that be for blocking a kick or something? Or
so this is way back to R.C. Owens' days.
Yeah.
When he used to stand underneath the goalpost on field goal attempts by the kicker, the opponent, and if it was close to going over, he could jump up and bat the ball to keep it from going through going over the upright.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they said that just doesn't seem right. So they put in a rule, and maybe you call it interference, maybe you call it something, but no. I mean, let's call it what it is, right? Goaltending.
Yeah.
Goaltending. So there's actually a 15-yard penalty for goaltending, or you could award a successful field goal. Wow. Goaltending, National Football League.
How about that?
Yeah, never knew.
He should write a book, and again, he has, and it's excellent. After Further Review is a great book by Mike Pereira. Thank you, Mike. It's
you
a pleasure.
guys are great. Anytime you want me during the season, feel free to reach out.
All right, appreciate that
very
Mike.
much.
Yep.
Take care, Mike, and thank you.
You got it. See you.
Okay. He's ready to go.
No, he's fired up. Yeah,
you're
ready.
off.
No, back surgery.
8.5 hours.
Can't even put your socks on. That would be tough.
Has played a lot of golf. I bet he's,
Tough.
itching to get back out
Right.
on the link. So, Thank you to Mike Pereira. When we come back, speaking of football, we'll review what Mike had to say also. Can we believe today's Aiyuk news any more than we could believe last week's Aiyuk news? As the Drive Guys roll on Sactown Sports.
What's wrong?
My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text RADIO to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text RADIO to 321-321. That's radio to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Labor Day savings now at Maida Chevy with $12,000 off MSRP on every new Silverado half-ton Turbo Max in stock after rebates.
$12,000 off every Silverado LT Turbo Max at Maida Chevy with at least 5 at this price.
Labor Day savings up to $12,000 off MSRP exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, leasing, some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/3/24.
Made a great deal of Maida.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sactown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
Investing in youth arch supports for your child or team is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And, of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And, as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Labor Day, our annual celebration of workers and their achievements, was first observed in New York, and the first Monday in September became a national holiday in 1894. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. Each year we commemorate Labor Day with parades, picnics, and family gatherings. And right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings is celebrating with their exceptional whole store Labor Day sale. Would you like to refresh your living room? Would you like to restyle your bedroom? Maybe you want to redesign your home office. No matter whether it's your dining room, kids' rooms, accents, or accessories, Naturewood's unique store-wide Labor Day sale offers savings in every department and savings on every brand like Stanton, Omnia, England, Stickley, Flex Steel, and all the rest of the award-winning furniture. When it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable Labor Day sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
Drive Guys, glad you're with us. We just had a great conversation with Mike Pereira, who is ready to go. So he's going to be, what is it, Jay? He's going to be in studio for half the season and in the booth with Tom Brady for half the season?
Tom Brady, Kevin Burkhardt, the number one squad for NFL on Fox. And then the other 8 or 9 games, he told me he will be in Los Angeles with the fellas.
Remember,
Terry,
just a few years ago, Tony Romo was like, he's the greatest announcer ever. And now it's like, I don't know what happened.
Yeah. And who's the guy Brady's replacing too? Greg Olsen.
Greg Olsen, moving down.
Yeah, exactly. Like he was the greatest thing.
He's
and now
really good.
He got demoted for TB12. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
Everybody does.
Yeah. Big name comes in. Got to make way.
Who's a person TB wouldn't replace?
No, everybody.
Jesus.
Peyton Manning.
Peyton, you would have to move to the back too.
You would? You would?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Uh-huh.
It's got to be like a Jerry Rice. It's got to be that, right?
No, he'd replace Jerry.
He'd replace Jerry too.
I'm not. I don't mean to be sacrilegious. Anyone other than Jesus, I think it's Tom Brady.
You might be right.
Is he the? Not, I don't want to say the greatest football player, but the most revered football player of all time. Like,
Sure, and you could make the case he is the greatest.
Yeah,
I mean, he's all of that.
You could make the case, but I don't know.
I mean, just however you measure it, there's a case to be made that he's the best.
Yeah,
you're right. Not my favorite, bless him, but that's the thing.
I'd say no to the revered. I think a lot of people dislike Brady.
But then I think a lot of people like him.
Oh, I think
love
him. Yeah.
I think the thing with Brady versus, a lot of other football stars, people actually care about him, like for instance, and there's no shade, no disrespect. Joe Montana, arguably the greatest ever. People love him. I don't think the hate for him is as strong as the hate for Brady. Like Brady is more polarizing, if you will.
I think
not in a negative way.
I think that's because Brady is more out there. This TB12, there's my documentary, and Joe was more like, I want to play football, and the rest of it, I don't really care.
Yeah,
he's not
out there like
private
that.
guy.
Yeah. I don't know. Is he the biggest name in football history? Tom Brady?
He might.
I think that's where, if I'm hearing you right, that's the proper way to put it. He might be.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Whew. I'm trying to think, is there anyone more revered than Tom Brady? When it comes to like recognizable, as you said, in any conversation, he's in that conversation.
He's in the conversation.
Quarterback is the most important position. The Super Bowl wins are the most important wins, and he's quarterback who's won more Super Bowls than anybody. Plus, I remember I was at a spring training Giants game in Scottsdale, 2008, whatever it was, and for some reason he was there. And we were having to be sitting near like the players' wives. He just comes in and all the players' wives are like, oh, I mean, it was incredible, the reaction that they had.
Did you guys
see
that
on top of everything else?
Did you see Dawn Staley's reaction to Tom Brady? She met Tom Brady. Dawn Staley, great South Carolina Gamecocks women's basketball coach. Met him over there at the Olympics. And she said, I'm looking for the tweet, but basically, believe me, trust me, it's true. When you meet Tom Brady, he's dreamy and looking
about his eyes
and everything like that. Yeah, he just has this way about him, man. It's so yeah. I don't think there's anybody else in the history of football that has that effect.
We'll see if it translates to the booth. It'll take a while.
Yeah,
but good for him.
Good for Tom.
It's really weird seeing him like representing the Raiders as a part owner. That is really. Jay, that doesn't sit well with you.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Really? I can't stand it.
Why not?
Tom Brady and the Raiders? Tom Brady and the Raiders?
I know, but tell me why I need you to expound on that.
Well, it was like
why
when
don't
Shaq,
you? Yeah,
when Shaq became a part owner of the Kings. I don't begrudge him or them, whatever. But it's like, no, it was like the ultimate capitulation. We were, as fans, we rooted so hard that he would beat him at some point, and then he's a part owner, and I think that applies also to the Brady thing.
The tug rule situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I get it, but just from a fan standpoint, it's shocking.
No, you're right. You're right.
By the way, we were just talking about our panel, Kings panel, and I reached out to Jerry Reynolds. He says, I asked him, does he want to be on our panel? He says, yes, should be interesting. So he's in.
Oh, he's down to do it?
Definitely.
Okay, let's do this.
King's dignitary.
Yep.
Yes. Jay wants to put together a panel of how many you said? About 8, probably?
Say 10.
10.
10 is a lot, fellas. 10?
So let me explain it real fast. The reason I say 10, Drapes, is...
And this is a panel to help us select the 40 greatest Kings.
When you think about it,
decide to do.
You think about it, you have us 3.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have... I think we got to get a former player in there somewhere, right? Someone who's been on the floor, the hardwood.
Yeah.
The fan vote. So now we're at 5. This is the one that Whitey was like, but I'll try to explain it to the best of my ability. I think we have to get a national guy. That could be a writer, reporter, analyst, whatever.
And I literally did make the noise he just...
And the reason I say that is because I think you need one person who's going to say, well, Mike Bibby, I thought he was number 15 for the Kings. And, it's going to give us talking points. And the reason I think that is because we're kind of like you made the point earlier in the show about us being close to the A situation. I think you always just need one bird's eye view outside of here, but someone who's familiar with the Kings too. Now, it's got to be someone who's well-versed in basketball, who's been around. We can't get somebody that's got a podcast that just started last week. But at the same time, I think you need someone that is adverse to some of our, purple blinders, as you would call them. So
who would that person be?
I don't know.
I'm not sure that person exists.
Maybe Sam Amick?
Yeah, that's what it got to be somebody that actually knows the team and follows
who's
the
been
team.
around for a long time.
See, I think of him, and I know he's athletic. I think of him as being
local.
Right.
Yeah, he's got ties. Yeah, something like it's got to be someone like that, right? And then I think you just need the other 5. Now that's 5 already, fellas. Or excuse me, that's 6 already. And so I think you need the other dignitaries. You got Jerry Reynolds in there. Now we're not even talking about people who's been around the team. The Jason Rosses, the guys who have been here for 30 years.
Now, are we trying to do this for next week?
Yeah.
Next week.
So we got to get this moving in.
I know that. That's why we're talking about it now.
We need a role for the high flyer in here somewhere.
Oh, high flyer got to be on there, right? He's seen it all, right?
Yeah.
So we're already at 5 because us 3, Jerry and high flyer.
5's actually a good number.
That's we could be fine with just that, really.
I think you
why
gotta
not,
put a couple
Jay?
more, man.
Dude, you in charge of the legwork on all this.
Well, not obviously.
Stop backpedaling like Dion said. It's like, well, hold on. All right. Yeah.
Obviously.
You got this? Okay.
I think, fellas, when you really sit down and think about it, more the better, but also we're not oversaturating. And that's why I'm saying if you put us 3, Jerry Reynolds, Henry Turner, fan vote, that's 6. We're already at 6. We haven't even talked about now HT can be the former player. So now we take that away, right? We kill 2 birds with one stone. But we're shortchanging a lot of people who's been around here for a long time. Like we truly, really am.
Man, dude. Yeah.
Jay's trying to assemble a blue ribbon panel.
Right.
Like 50 people.
Is this Thursday bingo at the local hall or something
that we actually are going to have on our list?
I see what you're saying, Jay. But, I think 8's a good number. I think 8's. 10, you're trying to herd cats then. I don't
10, man. 2 more people we herding cats? So, okay, we're at 6. Us 3, Jerry Reynolds, Henry Turner, fan vote.
I leave it up to Jay.
Now we got 2 more.
I leave it up.
So we need 5 stars.
He's doing
the legwork.
Lifting,
right.
So
you got to get there, make sure everybody submit theirs and come up with their list.
Who else was going? Were you going to do that?
Before I do everything else around here.
Okay, LeBron.
No, you got it, big fella. You got it.
All right.
And what's the debt? They need to have it in by what?
Sunday night, 8 p.m. or something like that.
And then do we compile it and create
Absolutely.
one list?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it comes
That's what we
into
do.
one.
All right.
We got AI, baby. We just put it in a Microsoft Excel sheet and make it work.
So submit to Jay by 8 p.m. Sunday, and we'll walk in Monday with it.
Yeah, let's let AI do it. And the greatest king of all time is Mikey Moore.
Right.
Okay, so if we have, let's say we have 6 right now, we're on the short list. And I'm just saying HT is going to be a part of it because I know HT is going to be a part of it.
Yeah.
So we have 6 right now. We're looking for 4 more. That's, people going to be vying for these 4 positions.
Bro, Katie didn't want it.
I was about to say, you can reach out to Katie because she ain't hitting me back. So maybe you guys will have some better luck getting her, as part of this.
We got to start throwing some names down.
Yeah.
916-339-1140. You can text it in, of course, on the YouTube. Start throwing around names, kings, dignitaries,
Are you looking for people on the panel?
On the panel first.
Yeah.
We got to create a panel first.
Yeah.
Before we get the votes in.
Yeah. What if people are voting for Carmichael Dave?
Yeah.
Then we can veto. We'll knock that out.
That ain't happening. That's not happening.
We'll take Jason Ross.
I mentioned we have some more Brandon Aiyuk. I meant to say Brandon Aiyuk information. We'll share that with you when we come right back to Sactown Sports.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sactown Sports at SactownSports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm meteorologist Heather Waldman in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Pleasant Delta breeze for Wednesday evening. That'll help push temperatures into the low 60s to start the day on Thursday. Afternoon highs will be in the mid-90s around the valley. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA News and the KCRA app.
Shop Folsom Lake Kia for special offers right now. I'm Coach Doug Christie urging you to visit my friends at Folsom Lake Kia and save big on your next new or certified pre-owned vehicle right now. Visit FolsomLakeKia.com.
Everyone loves to be outside, and so do mosquitoes. Protect yourself against mosquitoes and West Nile virus by following these simple tips. At least once a week, look around your yard and drain stagnant water from any containers where mosquitoes can breed. Remember to use an effective mosquito repellent, especially at dawn and dusk when mosquitoes are most active. Close all doors and be sure screens are in good working condition. At the Mosquito and Vector Control District, we're here to help. Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Experience a golf tournament as refined as you are. The Pro Court Championship at Silverado Resort, September 12th through the 15th. Be there as the best of Napa meets the best of the PGA Tour. With world-class wine experiences, breathtaking views, and incredible golf. It's like this weekend was made for you. The Pro Court Championship, September 12th through the 15th. For tickets, go to ProCourtChampionship.com.
The only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
A Brandon Aiyuk update coming up in just a moment here. First, Jay, I know you asked people to share with us who they think should be on our panel, the panel that will help us assemble the top 40 Kings list as the Kings get ready for 40 seasons. We may expand it to 50 or more, but for now, top 40, and you wanted to know who people think should be on the selection committee. And Eric Stoneburner says Gary Gerald needs to be included. Duh.
He's on the short list.
Yeah, absolutely.
G-Man?
He's seen it all.
Yeah, for sure. 100%. Yeah, he needs to be on there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. People are suggesting, who was it? Guerrero Grows. Katie is relaxing by a pool right now. Katie wants to know if she's going to get paid to be on the panel.
Hey, anytime you could be included as part of this show, that's payment enough. Trust me on that. Katie.
Yeah. Top 40 players, Afro in the chat. Sounds like a few deserving players will be left off and disrespected. That's probably going to happen no matter what. Even when we get to 100, there's going to be some, some players that fans feel like, oh, so-and-so should have been on it.
Yeah. 40 is a little too short. We'll figure it out, right? 75, 100?
I guess that's going to be up to either
up to Jay. Yeah, Jay got it.
Yeah,
that's why he's the producer.
Number.
You make that decision.
Yeah.
How about this name?
Who?
Pete Youngman.
Yes.
Somebody threw that out, huh?
No, that's me.
That's you? Okay. All right.
Yes. Yeah. You've been trying to get him on the air, right?
Yeah, Pete's not a on-air type of interview.
He's a great follow on
yes,
Twitter.
He is. Absolutely. Great guy, by the way.
Yeah.
But Pete has he's seen it all here with Sacramento.
Yeah.
He's got super ties. And I'm thinking Pete may say, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But I was like, anonymous Pete.
It's anonymous. Right. It's not, it doesn't have to be his somebody said Jeff Petrie or Rick Adelman. Jeff Petrie would be good one, yeah.
Yeah, Petrie's a little tough to get these days up there in Oregon.
I see him at games though.
Yeah, but he doesn't like to do too much talking.
Right. Yeah, he's just kind of like Joe Montana. It's like, I don't need all that stuff.
Somebody disrespecting the Kings on the text, 916. We're going to be digging deep to come up with 40 great Kings players. Might want to tighten that list up to 25.
Ooh.
Then he said, go Kings. Come on.
Burn.
Joe Klein, number 51. We got to vote for Joe Klein.
Joe Klein.
Forgot about Joe
Klein. Yeah. Oh, there's going to be a lot of names, I think, as we go down this list. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we certainly haven't forgotten about Brandon Aiyuk. Here's the latest today on Brandon Aiyuk. Now, we think that there's some sort of agreement between the 49ers and the Steelers, right? That if the 49ers decide to trade him, they've agreed to the parameters of the trade. And I think that's being misrepresented. Some people are posting it as if, they've agreed to the deal. The trade's going to happen. And that's not really what's going on. But this is NFL and ESPN, Dan Graziano. He says, here's where the whole thing is right now with the 49ers, and Brandon Aiyuk.
The latest I've heard is that Aiyuk and the 49ers have been in conversations in recent days about a contract extension. And at this point, the 49ers have the framework of a deal in place with Pittsburgh if there's going to be an Aiyuk trade. Pittsburgh, has a general idea, and Aiyuk does what Pittsburgh would pay him on a new deal. And obviously, he's been talking to the Niners for a while about a possible extension there. So it's a situation where, on some level, it may be up to Brandon Aiyuk to decide where he wants to go. Now, a week ago, what we knew was that the Niners had given Aiyuk permission to go talk to other teams about a contract, see if they could work out a trade with those teams. And New England was involved, and Cleveland was involved, and obviously Pittsburgh. So I think, it was that was a means of the 49ers sort of letting the market set itself, right? Like, hey, Brandon, you don't like what we've offered. Go see if you can find it from somebody else. And then if you can't, maybe you come back to us. And so I think they're at a point now where that has sort of happened, and they're trying to get to a resolution pretty soon because we're about 3 weeks out here from the start of the season. They'd like to get him in camp and practicing if he's going to be on the team. And if he's not, they'd like to figure out what their options are at the position.
Dan Graziano obviously is excellent, knows what he's doing, well-connected, very good at what he does. The issue I have with a report like that is when he says, on some level, it's up to Aiyuk. Well, either it's up to him or it's not.
What some level? What does that mean?
Is it or is it not? Ultimately, it's not, right? It's up to the 49ers.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. I mean, it sounds like to me they're negotiating, they're close, but just in case things blow up, we got this trade package sitting on the back burner.
It's almost like they're both sides are using the same thing against each other.
Yeah.
Like, we'll trade you to Pittsburgh. It's like, I want to go to Pittsburgh. Well, wait a minute.
They got the same leverage. Right? They're using the same thing. As they both got get out of jail free cards, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And which one's going to use it first, or do you not use it? And so.
Well, I think you pointed out.
Yeah.
Like I was just saying, like if Aiyuk says that's it, I'm done. The 49ers can say, no, you're not.
Right. Ultimately, they can.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where it stands, and
They'll get it done.
Honestly, I feel like
They
my
need
head
it
is
too much.
spinning with all of this,
Yeah,
though,
I
right,
know,
Whitey? And I find it extremely odd that Matt Mayoko has been relatively quiet the last day or two about it. We're hearing all these national guys, all these Twitter journalists, but a guy that usually is in the know hasn't really said much about it, over the last 24, 36 hours. And Jennifer
That's
Lee
a good
Chan
point.
also, she's down there. Everybody's reporting, Ayuk's at practice. He's, looks, like he's engaged and everything like that. But I'm looking at Matt Mayoko like he hasn't said anything recently about it.
My read on that is that they're talking, and there's a really good chance that something gets done. Could be wrong, but that's how I read that. He's waiting until he has the story, because obviously he knows almost exactly what's going on. He's not in the negotiations, but he's got good sourcing on that. So I think he's waiting for the story that, yes, Aiyuk has come to terms with the 49ers. And I think, that's interesting that the last couple of days we've had, 2 stories at least that have suggested they are very, very close.
Yeah. And I think what we're seeing happening, especially from a TV media standpoint, is a lot of people are, quote unquote, reporting on this because they have to fill the segment, fill the time. They're being asked about it. Whereas Matt Mayoko, he's writing when he knows something happens.
Yeah, good point.
Dan Graziani, he's being asked about it. And so here's what I know, kind of thing. It's not like there's been a whole lot of movement or anything like that. And so I think, you got to differentiate when somebody is saying something that's because they're being asked about it or because they have something to report about it. I think there's two different things there.
Whew. It'll be nice when we finally have the NBA schedule, right? When we have the whole schedule, it'll be nice when we finally know what's up with Brandon Aiyuk.
Yes.
We look forward to that.
Yes.
By the way, we just had Mike Pereira on top of the hour. And among other things with Mike, who's back on Fox this year, we were talking about the new dynamic kickoff rules, which I guess he's generally in favor of the rule, just thinks the name is stupid. But Kyle Shanahan addressed a couple of days ago their strategy, the 49ers strategy. And a reporter asked him, do you think maybe you just kick it into the end zone? And Mike mentioned that. And then it comes out on the 30.
30.
Yeah. And Kyle Shanahan said, whoa, that's a great idea. I hadn't thought of that. Like, pretty sarcastic. So I think that's probably what they're going to do.
Yeah.
They're not worried about
I'd rather you be at the 30 instead of the
give
risk
you the 5
of
more than you had last year.
I mean, shoot, we saw what happened the other day. And their matchup with the Titans. The Titans had a couple of returns that, got back to midfield or close to it. And so it might be safer to just say, you know what, we'll give you the ball at the 30. Now let's play.
You eliminate a lot of variables that way. We don't have to worry so much about the coverage teams and all that. And don't have to worry about our kicker getting hurt. Just kick it into the end zone. Here's 5 more yards than you got last year. But that's no fun.
No, it
isn't. The spirit of the rule.
But, Shanahan's not worried about that. But you're right, man. Like, we want to see, even Mike, talked about it. Like, he's hoping, what was it? 1 out of 5 kickoffs last year, were ran back, brought out. He's hoping maybe 3 or 4. That's an exciting play in football. Shanahan doesn't care about that, obviously.
Right.
Especially if your team's not a good coverage team. Now, if his team was dynamic at it, and tackling them at the 17 or something like that, or the 22, then, you would do it. But we saw Saturday, they're not a good coverage team, at least not yet.
Yeah. I think that's probably going to be the way the 49ers approach this, but I'm just glad, as Mike Pereira pointed out, I'm glad that you still have a kickoff in some form. About 10 years ago, when the NFL was getting barraged by all the concussion lawsuits, as they should have been, it looked to me like, they're just going to get rid of the kickoff completely.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
At least not yet.
Exactly. It got to a point where it was very vanilla, obviously, with the touchbacks, but I'm glad they came up with something. At first, I thought, this is a honky rule, like just a terrible rule. Like,
we'll see. I mean, it still could be. It still
could be, but now it's. When I watched it though, in the Niners game, it was exciting. Watching the Titans, bust it through, get some big yardage, and so this may lead to more return touchdowns, higher scoring because you got better field position. Maybe this could have a positive impact.
Well, just look at the impact on interest right now from the opening kick. this is a play that you didn't want to watch, right? Because that's going to be a touchback. So that was the one play you're less likely to watch than any. Right now, it's one of the ones you're most likely because we don't know how it's all going to work.
Yes, exactly. And to your point, think about it. After a team scores a touchdown, they go to commercial. Usually you go to the bathroom, you run to the fridge. Now you're coming back a few seconds earlier. Let me see this dynamic kickoff. Right. Exactly.
Jay, if you're advising Kyle Shanahan, you kicking everything into the end zone?
Yes.
Jay ain't messing around.
No, sir.
What about the coverage team, Jay? Make the tackle,
kicking
big
into the end
fella.
zone, Mr. Draper.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. All right. When we come back, we've got another sneak peek at the Kings schedule. And Kings are about to get some national love. Should we care? Do we care? Tell you all about that when the Drive Guys roll on here on Sactown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Sacramento, Dirk Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Number one claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company's Oakland report.
With only 3 homestands left, the Sacramento Rivercats season is nearing the end. Make your plans to head to the ballpark this week while the Rivercats are in town. Join us on Friday, August 16th for the Mount Core 4 statue giveaway as we celebrate the San Francisco Giants bullpen legacy of Jeremy Affeldt, Santiago Casilla, Javier Lopez, and Sergio Romo. Be one of the first 2,500 fans through the gates to secure this item. For a complete promotions calendar and to purchase your tickets, visit rivercats.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Keep it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sactown Sports. Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
We've been having some fun with a Kings top 40 topic. Just realized today the Kings are coming up on their 40th season. Yesterday we talked about that Hoops Hype, the new list of the greatest ever. We were talking about DeMarcus yesterday. So we were talking about, hey, well, let's put together a list. And as of now, it's going to be top 40, but we reserve the right to expand the list, top 50 or more. We appreciate all your feedback. Jay has been busily putting together names for a potential panel, like a selection committee. Jerry Reynolds has already said, yes, I will do it. And it's funny because last segment, Jay was mentioning Pete Youngman, legendary Kings trainer. And so I went to X to message Pete to see if he might be interested. And he already was answering because apparently Pete, I don't know if he still is, but he was listening. He said, right. You're right, Jay. I would be afraid of hurting feelings with a top 5, but 40 is easy. Thanks for the kind words. And he says, yes, DeMarcus is a top 5. So Pete Youngman, listening, heard us. Yeah.
Right. So he's in?
That's
what I was wondering, right?
Is he in? Yeah, his top 40 is easy. So I think so.
Ooh, and anonymous. And Pete, we understand Pete is a legend here in Sacramento. At least I speak for, most Kings fans. If you grew up here in Sacramento, you knew who Pete Youngman was. He was like a
people
player.
That worked with him say that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we will keep Pete's anonymous as we will keep everyone's anonymous. I mean, Kyle Draper works for the team. We are all attached to the team in some form or fashion. We have friends who have played, family who've played. I consider some people family. So everything is anonymous, of course. We're not dropping any names. We'd love to have Pete. Hopefully we can get Pete on. Get him on the panel.
That's a tall order, though, right?
It is. It's tough. It's tough.
He's like Joe Montana.
It is.
You know what we need, Jeff and I don't know if we have enough time or the resources.
We might have to push it back a week. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying, Jay, we need to create a spreadsheet for everybody.
I'm with
like
you.
a ballot, and then they just click on it. You know what I mean? Make it easy for them.
I'm with you. I've been trying to think about, Drapes, how do I make it super, very like almost Apple. Like one thing people love about iPhones, it's simple. It does everything for you. Press one button and it takes you to 6 different places.
Right.
I'm trying to think of different ways to make it very easy. I'm with you, Drapes.
I think the simplest way, and it wouldn't be super simple, but it'd be the simplest way. Everybody lists their top, let's say it's 40. You list them, and then there's a point value for each of your votes. And then you just make your list, and then you're done with it. And then we get them all together and compile them, see who has the most votes that way. You know what I mean? Like every.
Oh no, man! You're talking about arithmetic and stuff.
I know.
Right now. What are
they
talking about here?
Number 1 is 40. Number 2 is 39. 38.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that.
Right.
But then my concern there is I want to make sure that fans have a voice too. Do we say a fan's going to be?
Well, I think they all become, like Drape said, kind of like all-star vote. Which is
there you go.
We might have to, and it may be a lead up to like the rest of this week and next week, getting out all the votes and throwing out names, and then the week after, because the one thing we have to do for the fans, if we're going to include them, fellas, they have to have time to vote.
Yeah,
right. If we get it up tomorrow, 3-4 days, there's going to be some people like, oh man, I didn't get opportunity over the weekend, so. We might have to reconfigure that too.
We'll put it on the website and or you have to go to True Sports Cards to get your ballot.
Right.
Like old school.
Yeah. Frankie Cardicelli has more information on the upcoming schedule, and tomorrow is the full release.
Yeah,
right?
full release. That definitely 100% sure tomorrow at noon. Full release.
And Drapes pointed out to me that Frankie has a few more tidbits. We said earlier because Sean Cunningham had it. That was it. 6 of the last 9 are on the road.
On the road,
yeah. Frankie says 6 of the Kings' final 7 home games will be against teams that made the playoffs this past season. March 22nd, Milwaukee. 24th, Boston. 25th, OKC. April 9th, Denver. April 11th, Clippers. April 13th, Phoenix. So it looks like it's going to be a tough stretch.
Yeah, tough stretch. Yeah, and you're hoping. Some of these teams might have things wrapped up by then, like Denver, April 9th, might be locked into a 4 seed, or Clippers, April 11th, might be locked in, and who knows, maybe the Kings are locked into a 3 seed at that time. Maybe these games aren't as important.
Yeah. So let me see if I have that right. As we said, the majority of their final 9 games are on the road, and a majority of the home games, the majority of the games they do play at home down the stretch are against teams that were in the playoffs
good
last
teams.
year. So
So you got to bank up some wins, it sounds like, right?
Yeah. Frankie also has the home back-to-backs for the Kings at Golden One Center, November 15th, 16th, Minnesota, Utah, November 24th, 25th, Brooklyn, OKC, March 19th, 20th, Cleveland and the Bulls, and let's see, 24th, 25th of March, Boston and OKC. So they got back-to-backs 19th, 20th of March, and also 24th and 25th.
Yeah, that's 4 games in about, 7 nights or something like that. And then he had one more December 21st, 22nd. How about this Saturday, Sunday, back-to-back? Lakers Saturday, Pacers Sunday. Tyrese back in the building. That's going to be an electric weekend. Start a Christmas week at that, too, here in Sacramento. That's going to be huge.
You think Tyrese Halliburton will find his way onto the list?
No. There's no way, right?
I don't know.
Tyrese?
Depends on how far
a
we
year
going.
and a half?
He might crack that top 100.
Yeah, maybe top 100 he'll crack. Can't be top 50. A year and a half.
How high do you think your good Disneyland friend Buddy Hield will end up?
Ooh, he'll be top 100. Probably in the 50s to 60s, I'd say. Especially with the fan vote, it might be like 90 for the fan vote. But, he had some great moments. It's sad if we're putting guys in the top 30, 40 over a year and a half. Like, we got to have.
I understand. I just asked a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, where do you think?
Just wasn't here long enough. I mean, you look at, he was outstanding as a rookie, right? He's a good rookie, but Tyreek Evans was rookie of the year. So Tyreek Evans has to be ahead of Halliburton, right? To me.
Yeah, I think so.
Halliburton's a better player, but as far as who was a better King,
but their King's career,
25-5.
Man, Tyreek Evans was nice, man. I'm a big Tyreek Evans fan, and you're
Tyrese loved the city. He was
I know.
He was a proponent of the city.
But
he
dude,
repped the city.
I'm with you on that, Jay. But as I look at his King's career, and this is, the discussion we'll have next week or whenever we release this, the dude, his rookie season only started 20 of the 58 games. His second season, he started off, he only played in 109 Kings games.
That's not much.
That's barely a season in a postseason run.
He represented more than he actually ever did here because he didn't have the chance.
Yeah.
He was represented. Wow, he's going to be a big part of the Kings' future. And it wasn't his fault. He just was gone before he was ever actually able to realize any of that potential.
Right.
So as far as what he did, because that's what it's about, right? It's what you did.
That's why
I'm trying to figure out how to get DeMar DeRozan on the list, and I can't figure out a way to do it.
Yeah.
Put him at the very end or something. I don't know.
No, you can't put him. Dude, they didn't even play a game.
It's DeMar DeRozan.
Dude, you got to throw in Robin Lopez then too. Nerlens Noel,
Jason Terry,
Jason Terry. All these guys, man. Tyrese is interesting, guys. Halliburton. He averaged his second season in Sacramento 14.3 points, 7.4 assists. He was well on his way here in Sacramento. Like, I knew he was a fan favorite. I knew he was electrifying and everything. But then when you boil it down and actually look at the numbers, he was pretty damn good here. Like, you could see like the trajectory. His rookie season, 13 points, 5.3 assists. His second season, like I said, 14.3 points, 7.4 assists. Damn.
I love Tyrese Halliburton.
He was good.
I always will. I was sad to see him go. But no matter what happens with the Kings this year and beyond, Monte McNair, I think, can always point to that deal. And, well, I think he could point to that deal and say, that was a great trade.
That's what turned it around. That was the start.
That's not an easy trade to make.
No, you're right. That was the start of it. That, getting Domas sort of started to change the culture here in Sacramento. And, man.
It's not just what you got, but it's also what sending Tyrese Halliburton out opened up for Fox too, right?
Yeah. And the thing about Tyrese Halliburton that's so, when you look back on it, people that are in the know, that are here in Sacramento, we understand. But if Tyrese Halliburton goes on to become 3-time Olympic gold medalist, win 3 titles, top 5 MVP, 12-time All-Star, whatever it may be, there will be a segment to be like, man, the Kings gave this guy up, but it was necessary. You had to take that emotional hit to get to where you wanted to go.
Right. But people around the country with the Kings blinders on, they're looking for, what have the Kings done wrong? I know the Kings have done things wrong because that's what I know about them. Oh, they traded that guy without even looking at, well, why'd they trade him, what they get back? So there's always going to be people, you know, that basically are ignorant of the rest of it. They're going to say, Sacramento, wow, they traded Halliburton. Wow, what a bunch of idiots.
Yeah. It'll be interesting, though, because I think the Kings still have to, how should I put this, succeed, make a deep playoff run. Because if I went back and said 3 years ago, we'll trade you Tyrese, you got to give up Tyrese Halliburton, you'll make the playoffs 1 year, and then the second year you'll finish with 46 wins. Would we as fans have like, so there needs to be more. It needs to be a Western Conference Finals run or a second round or get to the finals, you know, to further solidify that trade for me.
In your mind, does some of that hinge on what Indiana does? Or is it totally independent of that? Because, you know, they're really good year.
They had a good year. That's a great question, Whitey. And I like to think of it as an arms race, a race to the top, who gets there first. But I think you have to look at it independent of what Indiana does. I think it's all about you. You know, let's say the Kings miss the playoffs again. Let's say, you know, they never achieve what they want to achieve. Will we look at that trade differently? Basically, we gave her up, you know, a multiple-time all-star for 1 year of playoffs. Like, you know, so there's still work to be done is what I'm saying. Now, I'm saying the trade, as of right now, it looks great. We're thriving. We're doing well. But we got to do more, too. We got to make the playoffs. We got to make some noise in the playoffs, I think.
339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Got another blast from the past King's name. That's a nominee for our top 40. We'll get to that. Also, which King has the most to prove in this upcoming season? That and more as we roll on Sactown Sports.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. And Chad, I got to admit, there is a buzz going on around the dealership.
That's because we have huge savings up to $14,000 off MSRP on hard-to-find new 2024 Ram heavy duties. And with over 400 new Ram trucks available, there's no other way to describe it except Hoblet's Ramapalooza.
Okay, well, what's this brand new Hoblet certified pre-owned super center I keep hearing about?
We are super excited to celebrate the grand opening of the Hoblet certified pre-owned super center. We have over 200 used cars available and over 80 under 20,000. Whatever type of car you need, Hoblet can help.
You've got to see the new Hoblet certified pre-owned super center for yourself. Check out their full inventory at hobletdodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$14,000 total net savings on select new 2024 Ram 2500 Laramies after $8,000 Hoblet dealer discount and $6,000 factory rebates. Rebates may include $3,000 in Hoblet select coupons. Hoblet trade-in assistance up to $2,000. Rebate for eligible trade-ins. All coupons available while supplies last. 5 of this net savings. See dealer for details.
Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino. Sacramento summertime heat is back. And of course, Cap Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, wants to invite everyone to soak up some air conditioning, still with the most variety of table games in the region. And as always, the best food, best service, and the best action, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. Capital Casino, of course, reminding everyone to please make sure you gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Hey, thrill-seeking movie fans.
It's time to get your tickets to see Alien Romulus, the IMAX experience at the Esquire IMAX Theater in downtown Sacramento.
Whatever comes, we'll face it together.
Let's go. Experience the most terrifying life form in the universe on the largest screen in Sacramento. Don't miss opening weekend of Alien Romulus in front of the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen. Grab your tickets early at IMAX.com/Sacramento and reserve your seats today.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Where would this player end up on your Sacramento Kings? Sacramento only. Top 40. 40 years of Sacramento coming up in the 40th season. Who are the top 40 Sacramento Kings? Does Bonzi Wells belong on the list?
Bonzi, that's a good one. That's a good one. I think so. I think you're looking kind of suspect over there.
And then I saw Jay shaking his head.
Jay's going back and forth.
Top 40. I don't know that he'd make it.
Let me see.
He was here briefly.
No, not long enough though.
He wasn't here long enough.
Yeah, I agree. But he was on the last playoff team, right? For this, before the drought, 06, so. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I now that I look at his career, only 52 games. Nah, that's not going to get it done.
That's why I think there's probably room for more players than we originally thought. If a guy like Bonzi Wells isn't in your top 40, you got room for more guys because he's a good player.
How long was he here, though, Drapes?
Dude, based on what I'm seeing, half a season, 52 games.
That's not very long.
Yeah, he ain't getting it. I'm taking time.
52 games.
But Bonzi's a good dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was a legitimate NBA guy.
Yeah.
That was like, ooh, they got Bonzi Wells. Isn't it strange how many guys we talk about it in terms of this list, and it ends up they were here 3 years.
Right.
What'd you say earlier, Drapes, about the Kings? You said something. I might have been off air. You're like, everyone in the NBA has played for the Kings.
Everybody, right? Yeah. You know how there's 6 degrees except for with the Kings, it's like 2. Yeah. Everybody in the league has been through Sacramento one time or another, it looks like.
Yeah, if you play Immaculate Grid NBA and there's the Kings, like, that'll be easy.
Yeah, that's easy. Yeah. How about my boy Kenny Thomas, K9?
Ooh, now that's a good one.
Kenny Thomas.
Top 40, I think, for sure.
He said for sure.
Yeah, I think for sure. Damn. No? White on top 40? KT.
They traded Weber for him.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with how he played.
We got to get Kenny on. Let's get Kenny on.
That's why I don't want to say anything.
Yeah, I'll text
him. Get him on.
Hit Kenny up. That's my guy. Hit him up.
You can't bring his value down because of who he was traded for.
Okay, and I'm just asking the question because I don't know offhand, but what did he do when he was here, and what did the teams do when he was here? Because it was towards the end of, and that's not his fault when they got him.
Yeah,
it was.
And we're saying top 40 right now. Like we're basing it on top. I'm looking. Excuse me, at his basketball reference.
Yeah, okay.
It's. Let me run down his credentials, if you will. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Parts of 6 seasons.
Okay.
First season here, 26 games. That was when he got traded.
Yeah.
Second season, 82 games, averaged 9.1 points, 7.5 rebounds. Third season, second full season, 62 games, 5.3 points. Next season, 23 games. Next season, 8 games, 26 games. Like, it fell off pretty quickly.
Top 100 easy, top 40,
Feels like he did more.
Right? He came in the second half, after the trade, played 26 games, 14.5 points, 8.7 rebounds. So came in like a gangbuster.
Yeah, did his thing.
Then played all 82 next season, 9.7 rebounds.
Yeah.
After that, it went down big time.
Epic Airbeast says, I'd put Francisco over Kenny Thomas. Francisco Garcia.
Don't hate on Cisco.
I know you about to attack me, but I had to catch myself. Man. Well, give me Francisco's credentials.
Yeah, I got it for you right here.
Thank
I was just looking at it just a second ago. Francisco Garcia, pride of University of Louisville. Rookie season, 05-06. 67 games, 5.6 points. 79 games, 6 points. 79 games, 12.3 points. 65 games, 12.7. Then 25 games, 8.1, 9.7 points per game the following season. So his resume in Sacramento is stronger than
longer than
Kenny's.
Kenny's,
Yes. Yes.
Gotcha.
To me, I would guess, because again, I haven't thought through all the names. Francisco Garcia, if we're going to do 40, he's probably right around the cut line.
Yeah.
I think.
I'm not sure he makes my top 40 just looking at it. Just off the top of my head, I would say no.
How was Cisco to watch play? Like, was he a fan favorite? Was he exciting at all?
To me, he was a Petrie player, which was he just did a lot of things well. He was long, could play a couple positions, and he was pretty efficient.
Because he was a legend in Louisville. Like,
was a
he
really
was
good player.
a legend there. Like, face of the franchise kind of guy, Francisco Garcia. And I didn't get to follow his career when he came here to Sacramento. I wish I would have been around to see him play. Because that dude, it's just the way he was different. The way he moved, the way he shot, and it never panned out. But, man, he was good.
What about Grievous Vasquez? I'm just kidding.
I'm like,
palate cleanser.
That's how we go have to be.
Because sometimes you need to throw a name out.
Darius Sungaila. Somebody weighed in on the text.
I have one of his bobbleheads in my study.
I thought about Darius.
I met his wife. His wife came in once because she was doing some charity. Wonderful.
Really?
He's a coach for the Spurs right now.
Ah.
Yeah, I've had him on the show a few times. Yeah.
He just departed. He's no longer on the squad.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just 3 days ago.
Oh, wow.
Sungaila departs Spurs staff after 6 years, eyes Lithuania head coaching role.
Ooh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that was 3 days ago. It just came out. Yeah.
Crepes, who do you think, looking at this year's team, who on the Kings this year has the most to prove in this upcoming season?
And you can with a tough question.
You can even expand it beyond just players if you want to go. I don't know if you want to go ownership or coaches or whatever.
To me, it really boils down to one guy, Kevin Huerter. I think in terms of the most to prove, I look at it as a stock whose stock is down and needs to be rehabilitated and get back up to what it was previously. Like, even though Keegan Murray didn't make, the offensive leaps we did, he had a fine second season. Malik, fine. But most to prove, rehabilitate the image, build back up his stock, I'm going with Kevin Huerter.
I hadn't thought of that. That's a great answer because, Keegan has already proven that he's an NBA player. We know that.
Right.
How good is he going to be? Yeah, we don't know that, but he's an NBA player. Huerter, after last year, kind of has to show again that he's a legit NBA player.
Yeah.
I think he can, but he does have to prove it.
Yeah, and I maintain, 10 to 15 games, he's going to get a sample. He's going to get a tryout, and we will know very early on who Kevin Huerter is with this team, and obviously I'm hoping, he returns to the Kevin Huerter of 2 years ago. Another name I could throw out there, Whitey, Keon Ellis. Was it just a fluke? Was it just a small sample size? Is he a permanent part of the rotation going forward? Might he be your starting two guard? I think he has a lot to prove, and it's not because he did anything negative or is bad, so he's trying to bounce back. It was, he got us excited. We were fired up. Can you do it again?
That's a great point. It's a fair point. It's a fair question. If I were betting, if he's like a stock, I definitely would invest in him.
Yeah.
I think he's going to do that. But you're right. He has to do it.
No, I agree.
He's kind of unflappable last year.
Right. Yeah, he was. And he fit in nicely, though. I give him credit. With the starting five and the group he played with, he fit in perfectly. Now you got DeMar DeRozan. Where does that leave, Keon Ellis? That's a great question. How about you? Anybody else that?
I still think De'Aaron has a lot to prove.
Really?
Just because, we're talking about at a high level. He's got to be maybe even a little better. He's got to string together a third consecutive excellent year. They just rely on him so much.
Yeah.
And, there was a time a couple of years ago where he was looking like he was about to become one of the elite players in the league. And he's been excellent, but I still think he has more to prove as far as, are you among the very best point guards in the NBA?
I agree with you. And from this standpoint, he had a tremendous season.
Yeah.
But he wasn't an all-star.
Yeah, right.
Now you got John Morant coming back.
Oh, it's not fair at all to look at him and go, you have more to prove, but he does.
But he does. Like, he has to be an all-star this season. If he's not, then it's, and there may be politics involved in all of that, but if I'm him, that's a goal of mine this season. Oh, y'all left me off the all-star? I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove to you I'm one of the top guards in this NBA right now.
And you know how it is, the numbers game in the West with guards. You know, you're on the outside looking in. You just got to keep being excellent year after year to get to the point where they just can't ignore you anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's not easy.
I'm with you on that. And I look at the Western Conference and the litany of guards. You could argue it got stronger in the West with the addition of DeJounte Murray and with John Morant coming back. Like the guard rotation in the West is difficult. You look at New Orleans with CJ McCollum and now DeJounte Murray, OKC with Shea, obviously. Jalen Williams is listed as a guard, as a 2-guard.
Wow.
He's coming as well. And so I just think the guard, you know, in the West is so tough. Luka, obviously, and Kyrie are those all-star guards. Like the competition. And so to your point, if De'Aaron is going to, you know, make an all-star team, he's going to have to go out there and prove it.
This isn't fair. This is the type of question Jay will get mad at me for asking, because Jay doesn't like people going back saying, if this happened or that happened. But don't you think if De'Aaron Fox didn't break his finger against the Warriors, things would look a lot different for him and the Kings?
And I don't think people talk about that enough. We talk about Steph going off in Game 7, but the series really changed.
Yeah.
I mean, he, like you've mentioned it time and time. Fox could not even handle the ball the way he wants. How many times did we see him, you know, get in a little bit of traffic and lose control of it? It gets knocked out of his hand. I mean, the dude was playing hurt. And so I agree with you, man.
It still went down to a 7th game. Yeah. They almost won.
Yep.
All right. When we come back, we will take a look at I know what I want to get to. I apologize.
What?
I got to mention something happened in the A's game last night. The Mets are accusing an A's reliever of crossing the line. It's a really funny story, and I love what Austin Adams did. We've got that for you next. We still have the Wayback quiz to come as well as we roll on here. Sactown Sports Drive, guys.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
At Lowe's, we know how to save pros time and money. Save 20% on 1-gallon cans and 5-gallon pails of Valspar Defense or Cabot Stain. Plus, save 15% on your choice of 6 or more Purdy items. And get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 8/21. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See store or Lowe's.com for details. Must be single receipt purchase. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
Whitey here, reminding you that not all gas grills are created equal. Bring out all the delicious flavors in your grilled meats with the amazing Napoleon Prestige and Prestige Pro line of outdoor cookers. My Napoleon Stainless Steel Pro Series gas grill has turned me into a grilling pro with features other grills cannot match. They're built different, built better, built to last. Made with premium stainless steel that boasts quality and a lifetime warranty. I may never want to cook indoors again. Napoleon grills and accessories are now available at your nearby Amy's, Ace Hardware in Sacramento, and now El Dorado.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave inviting you to make the switch to electric this spring and save big with American Energy. Stay ahead of the spiking energy bills this summer with up to $9,000 in rebates on a new ultra-high efficiency comfort system. American Energy is providing huge rebates from SMUD as well as spring specials by installing one of many incredibly efficient AC options available to you right now. Get rid of those fluctuating gas bills in the winter and switch to year-round all-electric with American Energy. Let them perform a free in-home energy efficiency analysis and see where they can help you save for the warmer months ahead. These guys are the best. Been serving the greater Sacramento area since 1981. A+ from the Better Business Bureau. Learn more by calling 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Live and local, it's The Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
The soon-to-be Sacramento A's have been playing really well. They are, since July 12th, 15-9. Best record in the American League. They're losing currently to the Mets, but we'll get back to the Kings conversation in a moment. But I wanted to mention this, see what you guys thought of this. Last night, the A's are playing the Mets, and the Mets have their one of their infielders, Jose Iglesias. He's a musical artist. He has a song called OMG. By the way, he has a stage name, Candelita, I think it is. So anyway, because a player on the Mets has this song, OMG, when the Mets hit a home run, they all celebrate with a move from like the dance or the video, putting both hands in the air and then like, OMG. That's what they do.
Oh, that's what they do. Yeah.
Like, OMG. It's like, so that's what they do, the gesticulation when they hit a home run. So last night, Austin Adams was pitching for the A's against the Mets. Austin Adams was on the Mets earlier this year, and they sent him down. So he's not a big Mets fan. So he comes in the fifth inning. There's 2 men on, and he comes in, nobody out. And he gets out of the inning, and he strikes out Francisco Alvarez to get out of the jam. And he looks up, and he does the OMG, mocking the Mets and their fans. And this is what it sounded like. Listen how unhappy the Mets fans were.
2 out, 2 on, 2-2 to Alvarez. And he struck him out, went upstairs with the slider. So Adams retires 3 in a row against the team that let him go this spring. The Mets get 3 runs in the 5th to get close.
You hear the booing. Yeah, SNY, courtesy, the audio courtesy of that. And after the game, he said, Adam said, I didn't mean to offend anybody. And his manager said, he's just a competitor. Clearly, he was trolling Mets fans. But I got to say,
you applaud that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I watched the video, and the great thing about it was not only did he troll them that way, as he walked back to the dugout, he was barking. Yes. He was talking, and even in the dugout, you could tell he was sauced up. He was fired up about that. And so, no, I'm with you, man. I'm all for it. That's and now when they face again, if he ever pitches against them again, in New York, they're going to give him the business.
That's it. Edwin Diaz, their closer, said he crossed the line, and he said, that's okay. But, in this series, we get a few hits off you. We're going to give it back to you.
Yep. Yeah. Baseball needs more of that to an extent, like more emotion, more passion, more trash talk. Everybody can't be buddy. I think, same thing. NBA needs that too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't like you. You don't like me. Let's handle our business.
Bottom line, unless you're, issuing a slur at someone or you're physically hurting someone, you can do that. And if the other team doesn't want you to do it, then don't let the guy beat you.
So for instance, if a NBA team comes in and beats Sacramento, they could make a jab at the beam or something like that, right? They can,
Which we've seen
that, right? That's all fair game. If we're going to light the beam and do that, they're allowed to come back at us. It adds this little spiciness to it.
Yeah. So you can appreciate how joyful that was for him, huh?
Yes. He was
down.
fired
I got
up.
your OMG right here.
Right.
Yeah. All right. We got a few more names here on the text line for potential Kings, top 40 Kings of all time. Jeff says, I got Olden Polonice's autograph at Bing Maloney. Olden Polonice turned his reputation around in town, Drapes.
Yeah.
There was a time when he was not well liked here.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He flipped off the fans here.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it, right?
Jay had him on recently, and he talked about it. Oh, it's all love now. We're good.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What else? Kenny Thomas getting traded for Weber makes him even more valuable because of the results that Weber brought.
I don't know.
Keon Clark gets a mention. Yeah. Darren Collison, Mike Peplowski, Wayman Tisdale, of course.
How about Oliver Miller?
Wow. We talking top 200?
You know why I say that? Because I was on Basketball Reference.
Top 240, maybe.
And no, I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to say what. I'm on Basketball Reference, and you know how sometimes they load like certain videos, and so this video came up with an Oliver Miller in a Kings jersey. I'm not going to tell you exactly what the surrounding info about it was, the context, if you will. But I was like, man, Oliver Miller too. Yeah, what about him?
He wasn't here long, was he?
Nah, let me look him up real quick. Oliver Miller.
One name that I think that Jay mentioned that we haven't talked about enough, in my opinion. I don't even know how long he was here, but he definitely belongs somewhere on this list, is Spud Webb.
Really?
Don't you think,
No,
Jay?
I'm with you.
Yeah. Top, I mean, we're talking 50.
Yeah, I know.
You know, we're extending it here, but yeah, he's close.
How about Big Dog Antoine Carr?
He's probably like top 60.
Oliver
he's
Miller.
top 60.
4 games for Oliver Miller.
Really? 4?
4 games.
How do you even pull out that?
Dude, the video just loaded.
That picture.
It was him walking on, putting on his uniform, tucking it in. You guys should, do me a favor. If you're on your phone, can able to, get to a computer, look at Oliver Miller now, his Twitter bio and the profile picture. Remember, he struggled with the weight.
He did.
He looks skinny.
Good for him.
Like he looks like he dropped 250 pounds. That's a guy I would love to talk to. Oliver Miller right there. I mean, what's he up to now? In his Twitter bio, proud child of God, proud father, and grandpa as well.
Good for him.
Yeah. Oliver Miller. I'm sorry. It just fascinates me. You should see this picture, Whitey. I'll show it to you real quick.
What year was that he was here? Was it around? Oh, I would not even.
I wouldn't even know that was Oliver Miller, right? Like,
was he here around 90 something?
Oliver Miller. No, was it 90s?
I don't know.
No, you might be right. I'll have to pull it up here. Sorry, my computer's being slow. Okay. But 4 games for Oliver Miller in Sacramento with the Sacramento Kings. Mm-hmm. And I just happened to see that video load on Basketball Reference. Oliver Miller was here 98, 99.
Okay.
4 games. Yep.
How about, and again, I'm asking, I'm not so dumb.
Okay.
I'm not like campaigning for him. The guy who I believe invented the term bench mob, John Barry. John Barry was really popular here for a short time. And, he was a member of that first Kings team, 99, 2000. That was like, wow, the Kings are really good.
He's in the 60s.
Okay.
60s, Jay got him?
Yeah, somewhere near 60s, 70s.
I'm looking at his time in Sacramento here. Like you said, when he was here, that short amount of time, 1, 2, 3 seasons. I might not even go 60s. If I'm just looking at the numbers, first season in Sac, 43 games, 5 points. Second season in Sac, 62 games, 8 points.
Mm-hmm.
Third season in Sac, 62 games, 5.1 points.
He was, and you're probably right, but he was really popular as being one of those, scrappy guys off the bench.
Yeah.
Fans loved him more than you would think they would based on his numbers. I would say that.
I'll tell you what, if we're going to have John Barry in our top 100 in Sacramento for 3 seasons in which he averaged 6.1 points, we got a problem.
Top 100, I think he definitely would be a top 100.
Damn. I don't know if I want to do this exercise, boys.
What'd you think? Top 100?
I don't think he. After hearing that, I don't think he makes
6 points is get you that. To me, that's an indictment of the organization. There's got to be 100 players more productive and better than that. I mean, it just has to be. I mean, I'm gonna look up my boy Yogi Ferrell. I was joking about him, but
he's got the same numbers, probably pretty close.
He's only 31 years old too. Yogi, man.
Like you talking about a star-studded 3, and not stars, that's not the proper, but a solid 3-year run. It's like Darren Collison.
Yeah.
Darren Collison had a solid, he put up 16 one year, 14 one year, I believe 12 or 13, was in the voting, on the back half of 10, 12 for 6 man of the year. Like
he had that Draymond Green backpack jumper before Draymond Green.
Yeah.
He was a solid pro.
He's a 60, 70, 80s guy, like for the Kings.
All right. Okay. And he was much more better than John Barry.
Played, started.
I got one for you here. I need to see how long he played here. Played here multiple times. My boy, Garrett Temple.
Love GT. Great guy.
Great guy.
Fantastic cat in the community. He didn't play enough,
He didn't
though.
do much. Yeah. You're right. I'm looking at his numbers. In Sacramento, 135 games, 7.9 points. So he might be ahead of John Barry in terms of the top 150 or whatever if we expanded it.
George Hill? Kidding.
No, I played half a season.
What was like 20-some games?
He did not like it here. He's one of those guys that did not want to be here.
He was soured on this place. I can see that.
Yeah, I believe by the end there he wanted out.
43 games for George Hill. Damn. He bounced around a lot. Who else we forget?
Got a nice ranch.
Someone Tin mentioned George Hill. Sorry, Tin.
Oh, Tin mentioned that?
Iman Shumpert, Omri Caspi.
Caspi might probably. He's been in.
Yeah, he's up there.
Nice
right?
run.
And then Wayman, of course, is his name that every so often.
Yeah.
Wayman and Bibby. People say, "Wow, haven't you mentioned them?"
Those common sense.
Those are the
names.
easy ones. Yeah, yeah. We're thinking of guys.
I got one that I'm personally very fond of. Top 100, easy. Yeah, easy. HP. My guy Harold Presley.
How long did he put here?
Yeah, that's what I was going to look
What was
up.
his run here?
I'm going to say, it's like the default answer with the King is, I'm going to say 3 years.
3 years? 4 years. 4 years. 4 years.
Close.
He's top 100. I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
Man.
You got when you really stop to think, there aren't that many guys, and Drapes, you hit it. There aren't many guys who put in 7-8 seasons here.
Right.
And so now I have to start to recalibrate HB. Like, hey, you might be right. HB might crack a top 40.
Yeah, you got to give him some longevity bonus,
Yeah. Put on top of that, he started every single year he was here.
Every game, yeah.
That's interesting. And he's definitely averaged double digits, right? Every single year, to the best of my knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
I think so. I got HB right here. In his seasons with Sac, 14-3, 14-5, 16-1, 16-4, 15, 12.2. Yeah.
Would you put
he's easily top 40. I think he's top 40.
Would you say that a guy to be eligible has to have played at least X number of games or years? Do we need to put that on it? Or?
Well, we can't say 3 years, can we? Because technically, I'm just discussing. Because technically, Domas hasn't been here 3 years yet. Right? So
we probably don't need that, because if a guy hadn't been here more than a year, we're not even going to think of him anyway. Right. So,
right.
Yeah.
But again, I'm trying to get DeMar DeRozan.
You don't. There's no. He hasn't played yet.
Honorable mention, baby. Honorable mention.
The Drew League numbers he put up.
He's already had.
You trying to count those numbers?
Oh man, I was watching Channel 3 News last night, and they're like, "And here's DeMar DeRozan, and he had 54 points," and they're showing the video, and then we'll have more on DeMar DeRozan tonight at 11. It's like, come on.
Man, who else? Let me look at that.
I saw Marcus Stewart name thrown out a few times on the text line. He had a quick little run here, probably about 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think. Nice little jump shot.
Man, I'm looking, just at some of the Sacramento Kings of yesteryear, guys that, we sort of
it's
forget
really
about.
good that we haven't mentioned and people forget about. He was really good as Otis Thorpe.
Yeah.
Otis
He was
Thorpe
a bruiser,
the
and
man.
then he helped. He went to the Rockets and helped Akeem and those guys win championships. He was phenomenal. And they just didn't want to pay him here.
I'm looking at the 92-93 team, just throwing it out there.
Who's that?
I don't know. Vincent
Coswell
Askew was on there. Vincent Askew, Dwayne Coswell, Rod Higgins,
Randy Brown,
Kurt Rambis, Mitch L. Train, Wayman Tisdale, Spud Webb, Walt Williams. We talked about all those guys.
That's some talent there.
Yeah. That's the 25-win team. Then we had Walt Williams on talking about that team, right? And exactly what happened. Year before, 22 wins. Anthony Bonner, remember him? Man, so many guys just had like 1 year here, 2 years here.
They had 4 number 1 draft picks, first-round draft pick stripes in 1 year. And I think it was Dick Motto was a coach, and they thought,
was that the Coswell year or no?
Well, he was one of the guys. It was Coswell, Anthony Bonner, a guy named Travis Mays, and Lionel Simmons.
And so none of them
Yeah. And Lionel Simmons was pretty good.
He was all right, but then
Coswell played a long time. Anthony Bonner was a good player. But, it's like, we got 4 number 1 picks. We're on our way. And it didn't happen.
Man, this is rough to look at. I'm sorry, fellas. This is I'm going through Les Jepson. I mean, I'm looking at guys played 1 year here, and it just you said Ralph Sampson, right? No,
I did not say. I forgot about Ralph Sampson.
Yeah, Ralph Sampson, had a cup of coffee here in Sacramento, but obviously wasn't the same player. When he got here. This is going to be fun.
We might have to do a top 50. I hear about 50 in this.
Oh man, we
reached
50.
Yeah, we definitely do 50. Yeah. When we come back, it's the Wayback quiz.
Oh yeah,
yeah. How's that been going lately?
Fantastic. I'm surprised Jay showed up.
The This Day Back the Day quiz for August 14th. The Wayback quiz. Drapes. We'll see if he can keep his winning streak going when we come right back to Sactown Sports.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery on select smart beds when you add any base. Limited time. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Connect to the most reliable 5G network nationwide. Well, the future has been on display down in Stockton, the A's affiliate in the California League. Beginning on the 10th of August, the top 4 hitters taken by the A's in this year's draft have been in the lineup. Nick Kurtz, Tommy White, Joshua Kuroda-Grauer, and Rodney Green, the outfielder from Cal. In that game, those guys combined for 10 hits, and Kurtz hit a home run.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay to store bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
Sacramento, Dirks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com.
Brought to you by RVs of Sacramento and Hoblet Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center.
At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, we make the dream of owning a new car easy and stress-free.
With prices that you just can't say no to. Save on our best selection of the year during the final days of the Honda Summer Event.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sactown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Sactown Sports.
Hey, Chris Watkins, if you're listening, have you heard about this? Scott Erickson on Twitter says, developing, the Vikings have inquired about Saints quarterback Derek Carr. The Saints are impressed with what they've seen out of rookie quarterback Spencer Rattler.
Really? Interesting.
I mean, Spencer Rattler played okay against the Cardinals. I think he led them on a drive that resulted in the game-winning field goal, but oh, no. I could understand the Vikings asking about Derek Carr, but I don't know that the Saints are ready to move off of.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah.
Tough day to be a Vikings fan. Unless you believe in Sam Darnold.
I did last year with San Francisco. Remember, maybe that was me trolling, talking about, watch out. Brock Purdy better look over his shoulder, Sam Darnold. But this would be an ideal situation for him, an opportunity, I guess.
Right.
Maybe his last opportunity, too. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey, how about this one, Jay? Because you weren't here when he was here, Drapes, but Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf as a potential Kings.
That's a good one.
That's a good one, yeah.
Good shooter, yeah. Terrence Davis getting a mention. Terrence Davis, by the way, we found out the Bucks have invited him to camp. Huh? Bobby Hurley gets a mention. J. Will Kmart. And Tyus Edney. Oh, I love Tyus.
Oh, yeah, Tyus Edney. Yeah.
It's a sneaky one on the back end of that 50-60.
Has anyone mentioned Corliss Williams?
Oh. Yeah, we mentioned him earlier.
Did we mention him? Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah. Solid top 40.
Corliss is for sure in the 40. That's why we mentioned him.
Yeah. All right. That brings us to the This Day Back of the Day quiz, Whitey's Wayback quiz for August the 14th. Kyle Draper has been on an historic run here. You've been red hot.
2 shows?
Yesterday, I got every question right, didn't I?
Man, 2 shows. I won the week straight. Historic run.
It's just the way he's done it.
Oh, and the fashion he's done.
Yeah, the way exactly. It was over after the first quarter, basically. There was no game winner at the buzzer. I've been mopping the floor with you, Jeff.
92 Dream Team against those folks.
So everything in the quiz is related to things that happened on this date, or it's about things that happened on this date, August 14th. So you're up first, Drapes. Your years are 1936. 1959, 1981. We also have 91, 98, and 99.
Okay.
Where would you like to start today?
Hold on real quick. I got to send a shout out to my guy, Derek Too Shifty is back in the YouTube chat. He missed it yesterday. I dusted Jay, mopped the floor with him 4-0, 5-0, something like that. 2 straight wins. So, I just had to send a shout out to my guy.
By the way, this is stunning to me. Compio, who is a real Drapes guy, said, JJ, make South Sac proud.
Put it in there. All right, that'll boy.
Backing
Jay
today.
If Compio's on your side, you're definitely losing then. So, all right, what was the last? 99, did you
99.
Yeah, let me get 99.
All right. Who becomes this date, 1999, the first catcher ever to hit 20 homers and steal 20 bases in the same
Multiple
season?
choice here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Craig Biggio, Jason Kendall, Ivan Rodriguez.
Read that one more time.
Who becomes this date, 1999, the first catcher ever to hit 20 homers and steal 20 bases in the same season? Craig Biggio, Jason Kendall, Ivan Rodriguez.
Ivan Rodriguez.
That's wrong.
It's actually right. He's got it
Jay,
again.
come on, big fella. I know my baseball kid. Come on now.
That's all right, Jay. You're up.
Oh,
36.
that ain't nothing, man. We let that.
59, 81, 91, 98.
59.
1959. Born Lansing, Michigan. This date, 1959. Irvin Magic Johnson.
You better get this right. Don't give me a chance, big fella. I got this. I know everything about Magic.
Magic ended up playing 906 regular season games.
Yep.
What member of his 1979 NBA draft class ended up
I know
playing 984 games? Bill Cartwright, Sidney Moncrief, Vinnie Johnson.
Let me calculate real quick.
Drafted in 79. He played. Magic did.
I'm going to go with
906. Yeah.
It's either one or two, but I'm going to go Bill Cartwright.
Bill Cartwright is not correct.
Jay, you in
Bill
trouble.
Cartwright from Elk Grove.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Elk Grove's on. Yeah, shout out to him.
This-
Can you read it again? I'm sorry.
I will, yes. 1959, Irvin Magic Johnson, born in Lansing, Michigan. He played 906 regular season games. What member of his 79 draft class ended up playing 984 games? Was it Sidney Moncrief or Vinnie Johnson? Jay went
I
with Bill Cartwright.
believe that was. Oh, this is a tough one. This is a real tough one. Sidney Moncrief.
It was a microwave.
I knew it.
I was going Vinny or
psyched
Bill.
myself
Yeah.
out. I psyched myself.
I was looking for someone who played 11 or 12 seasons. Bill was around 12, 13, somewhere in there, right?
Yeah, they all played. Obviously, all had long careers.
Yeah.
1-0, Kyle Draper.
All right, what you got?
36, 81, 91, 98.
98.
1998. At age 39, this date, 1998, Ricky Henderson
Oh, darn. Jay might get this.
becomes the oldest player ever to do what? Steal 50 bases in a season, steal second, third, and home in one game, draw 5 walks in a game. This date, 1998. Ricky.
And how old was he, did
He
you
was
say?
39. Became the oldest player ever to do what? Steal 50 bases in a season, steal second, third, and home in one game, draw 5 walks in a game.
Steal 50 bases.
That's correct.
I say he's right. Yeah.
Got you, Jay. You reeling now, big fella.
All right, 2-0.
2-0. Got the early lead.
Oh, 91 is there?
36, 81, and 91.
91.
1991. Who became, this date, 1991, the 23rd player to hit 400 career homers? A clue. He was drafted by teams in MLB, the NBA, the ABA, and the NFL. Was it Tony Gwynn, Dave Winfield, Frank Thomas?
Dave Winfield.
Yeah, he got
it.
that. That was an easy
Got
one.
it.
That was easy.
Yeah, he's got it on the board 2-1.
No, 3-1, right?
No, 2-1.
That's 2-1.
2-1.
All right.
You could take a 3-1 lead and clinch it
Okay.
here if you get this right. 36 or 81?
81.
81. Who hits a 515-foot homer, the longest ever hit at Shea Stadium? Dave Kingman, Willie Stargell, Rusty Staub. This date, 1981. They don't play at Shea anymore. 515-foot bomb.
Names again?
Dave Kingman, Willie Stargell, Rusty Staub.
Dave Kingman.
He's got it.
Yeah.
Kyle Draper with the win. We got Infinity Radio.
We got Infinity Radio.
Infinity Radio is next. Thanks for being with us. Stick around. Sactown Sports.
Yeah.
Give me more time. I need more time.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive.